Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Gevani, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer. Sebuah kebanggaan bagi saya menjadi ambasador di Top Clans 2020 untuk Indonesia. Ini adalah turnamen e-sport multi-game paling besar ya di Asia Tenggara di tahun 2020. Menurut saya, passion itu adalah menjadi lebih gigih, berani, dan pantang menyerah. 2020 ini adalah tahun yang sulit karena COVID-19, banyak orang yang kehilangan nyawanya, kehilangan harapan, kehilangan keyakinan untuk masa depan. Tetapi kita tidak boleh menyerah, tetaplah menjaga jarak, menjaga kesehatan, memakai masker, dan percayalah pada harapan. Turnamen ini akan dimulai tanggal 25 September 2020 dan kalian semua bisa menonton melalui channel-channel official dari Top Clans 2020. Ada Facebook, ada YouTube, dan juga ada Twitch. Mari kita ikuti acara ini bersama-sama dan ucapkan slogannya dengan semangat, "This is passion." Jadi buat teman-teman semua, jangan lupa like video Papol dan dukung terus Papol. Terima kasih.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Mas Tegukan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020, iaitu acara terbesar untuk pertandingan SEA Multi Games Esport 2020. Top Clan akan mengadakan turnamen terbesar mereka dengan hadiah yang terkumpul cukup lumayan bernilai $85,000 USD. Saya adalah seorang content creator dan juga saya seorang streamer. Perkara yang paling penting bagi saya adalah saya mendapatkan semangat dan juga kepuasan ketika bermain game. Bagi saya, kepuasan itu adalah apabila ketika saya bermain game. Jika saya bermain game, saya berpeluang dapat berkenalan dengan kawan-kawan baru. Dan perkara yang paling penting sekali adalah saya dapat menjadi ahli gaming community di dunia ini. Itulah dia kepuasan kita. Pertandingan ini akan bermula pada 25 September ini. Dan kita boleh menyaksikan secara live di saluran rasmi Top Clan 2020, Facebook, YouTube dan juga Twitch. Marilah bersama-sama mengikuti permainan dan juga perlawanan ini. Dan tidak lupa untuk melaungkan slogan, "This is passion!" Peace!
Hi everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020. Taplands 2020 is the biggest premier Southeast Asian multi-game esports tournament of 2020. Taplands 2020 will allow players from all over Southeast Asia to show their passion for video games. Rules of Survival will be a returning title, continuing the firefight between the best teams in the region from last year. Joining it are the newcomers Dota 2 for PC, Tekken 7 for PC, and Marvel Super War for mobile. Completing the list is Tom and Jerry Chase, also for mobile, with its Taplands appearance being its first esports event in Southeast Asia. Taplands 2020 will fuel the passion of countless gamers around the world with the total prize pool of $85,000. I am a gamer, creator and Facebook streamer. I've been playing video games growing up, but never in my wildest dreams that I imagined doing it for a living. I officially started streaming over a year ago when Amplify gave me the opportunity. Since then, I have expanded not only the games I'm playing but also my community, and the most important thing is that I find passion in playing games. I mainly stream mobile games and I occasionally play computer games. As for me, passion is doing something without you even knowing it. It's like a part of you is missing if you're not doing that particular thing, which in my case is playing games and interacting with the people I met online, which are now my friends. Taplands 2020 tournament will begin on September 25 and we can watch through Taplands 2020's official channel. Their official Facebook page is facebook.com/taplandsofficial and their official YouTube channel is youtube.com/taplandsesports. Let's follow the game together and say this is passion!
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่า Evote โนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top Can 2020 วันนี้เนยจะมาแนะนำ Top Can 2020 ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 ก็คือการจัดการแข่งขันเกม e-sport ที่ยิ่งใหญ่และสุดพิเศษที่สุดใน Southeast Asia ของปี 2020 นี้ซึ่ง Top Can 2020 เนี่ยเขามีการจัดการแข่งขันเกมมากมายหลายเกมเลยเพื่อนๆคนไหนที่สนใจก็เข้าไปดูรายละเอียดตรงลิงก์นี้ได้เลยเดี๋ยวเนยจะขึ้นลิงก์ไว้ให้นะคะส่วนตัวเนยชอบเล่นมาเวลทอมแอนด์เจอรี่เพราะว่าแบบสนุกมากเลยเพลินเล่นได้ทั้งวันเลยค่ะซึ่งไม่ต้องสงสัยเลยนะว่าทำไมเนยถึงเล่นหลายเกมนะคะเพราะว่าส่วนตัวเนยเป็นสตรีมเมอร์เนยต้องค้นหาแพชชั่นจากการเล่นเกมซึ่งแพชชั่นของหนูก็คือการทำให้คนดูมีความสุขยิ่งหนูเห็นคนดูที่ดูหนูมีความสุขยิ่งทำให้หนูมีแรงผลักดันในการทำสิ่งนั้นต่อไปให้มันดีขึ้นเรื่อยๆค่ะและสุดท้ายนี้เนยอยากจะชวนทุกคนไปชมการแข่งขันที่จะเริ่มขึ้นในวันที่ 25 กันยายนนี้เป็นต้นไปได้ที่ Top Can 2020 Official Channel และอย่าลืมกดไลค์กดติดตามเป็นกำลังใจให้เนยด้วยนะคะเนยอยากให้ทุกคนมีความสุขและสนุกไปกับการแข่งขันนี้ This is passion
Xin chào tất cả các bạn, mình xin tự giới thiệu mình là Đơ Ca Khỉ. Tên thật của mình là Phạm Hồng Lộc. Hiện tại mình đang là streamer tự do trên Facebook Gaming Việt Nam. Hôm nay mình rất vinh dự được thông báo mình sẽ trở thành đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan 2020. Giải đấu có thể coi là lớn nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á dành cho các tựa game mobile nói chung và esports nói riêng, được tổ chức bởi hãng game SEA. Top Clan là giải đấu quy tụ rất nhiều bộ môn nổi tiếng trong khu vực Đông Nam Á, chẳng hạn như là Marvel, Super Alien, Dota 2, Tom và Jerry, Chase, Tekken 7 và đặc biệt là tựa game đã được phát hành ở Việt Nam là Rule of Survival. Giải đấu có quy mô toàn Đông Nam Á và là giải đấu esports tổ hợp lớn nhất khu vực. Với tư cách là đại sứ khu vực Việt Nam của giải đấu Top Clan thì DK Khỉ cảm thấy vô cùng tự hào khi lần đầu tiên Khỉ được thấy mình được sống với niềm đam mê game của mình và niềm đam mê này được công nhận bởi cộng đồng quốc tế. Với slogan This is passion, thấu buồn đam mê, giải đấu Top Clan là nơi để các bạn có niềm đam mê giống Đơ Ca Khỉ được theo dõi sự phát triển của ngành game quốc tế như thế nào. Giải đấu sẽ được tổ chức vào ngày 25 tháng 9 sắp tới và chúng ta có thể theo dõi trên cả fanpage Facebook lẫn kênh YouTube. Hãy truy cập fanpage Top Clan 2020 và kênh YouTube Top Clan Esports để theo dõi Đơ Ca Khỉ và giải đấu nhé. This is passion, thổi buồn đam mê. Các bạn hãy cùng Đơ Ca Khỉ chinh phục giải đấu Top Clan 2020 nhé.
Hi everyone! It's me, your Ate Nikki,
from facebook.com/playwithnikki. I am a gamer, a streamer, a shoutcaster, and a host.
Everyone, I'm Shir Tolentino Barnacha, also known as Cherizawa, and it is my great honor to be the Philippine Ambassadress of Taplands 2020.
Hey guys, Asura here, and if you guys don't know who I am a professional shoutcaster, esports commentator, content creator, and streamer residing in the Philippines.
Hai, salam semua. Saya Mas Tegukan. Saya berasa amat bangga kerana dapat menjadi duta Malaysia untuk Top Clan 2020.
Hello everyone, I'm Rosdak ASG, also known as Madam Mayora. I'm the team manager of Team Rosdak.
Halo semua, perkenalkan saya Vanji Eko Giovanni, dikenal sebagai polisi ganteng gamer.
สวัสดีค่ะโนอี้ค่ะหรือว่าอีโวตโนอี้หนูรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากๆเลยที่ได้เป็น Thailand Ambassador ของ Top 10 2020
Hi, my name is Holler. I'm a caster, streamer, content creator, and you can find most of my work online at Holler TV.
Hi everyone, my name is Bobby and I'm here at NetEase Games. I'm one of the community managers for Rules of Survival and Top Clans Esports.
Hi everyone, my name is Arthur. I'm a caster, analyst, coach, and streamer from Malaysia for the game Dota 2.
Hello everyone, I am Nam, Catcaster. I am shoutcaster of many games from Thailand.
Hi everyone, I'm Clyde Lewis, player of Savage Gaming and player of one of the most trending games in PH, which is Lost.
Hey everyone, I'm Pat, the marketing manager of Top Clans from NetEase Games. I'm from the Philippines and this is my home office.
It's really sad that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected each and everyone, especially the esports scene, including me as a gamer, a shoutcaster, and a streamer. It has definitely affected me in a lot of ways. Gigs has been cancelled, LAN tournaments has been cancelled.
The pandemic affected us in a way that some of our players were not able to practice and play because they don't have their own computer. And we're usually present and cheering for our teammates in person at events like this, but now we're not able to do that because of the pandemic.
So this pandemic has definitely hit everybody hard, even those, working in the esports or gaming industry. People might think that, we all do our job at home, and some of the time we do, but some of the time we also do those big events, live events.
The epidemic affected us in the ways that we can practice together because one of my teammates doesn't have own computer. But we still practicing and teaching him our new strategy during ECQ.
I think passion is defined by how much time you spend in the 24 hours of your day doing something that you love and enjoy.
Passion for me is still doing what you love even though it was really hard for you. Passion is what drives me to prove everyone else wrong. Gaming is my passion.
Passion for me and for my team is what pushes us to grind harder and what motivates us to push us to our limits. Gaming should not be all about competition, gaming should be about passion.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will bring out the best in every team that join the tournament. And thank you as well for the opportunity for us to play in your tournament.
My expectation in Top Clans 2020 is a successful tournament, and I know that we will get a champion and show to all people that our play is remarkable.
I hope that Top Clans 2020 will be fair and fun like last year, Top Clans Arena. We have been waiting for this, and I cannot wait to see the result.
Top Clans returns this year to become the platform for gaming entertainment and to give an opportunity for competitive gamers to showcase their talents and be rewarded. So I hope you guys enjoy it.
This is passion.
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 It is passion.
This 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 is passion.
Hello everyone, welcome to Top Clans 2020. As the biggest multi-games tournament in Southeast Asia region, we aim to become the digital esport platform that services all players, brands, and game developers to have everyone come to embrace our love for game and esport. This year, we have 5 game titles join Top Clans. A total of 28 days of tournaments will be live streamed in English, Thai, and Malay, hoping to bring you the best esport experience. Today we'll present you guys the Tom and Jerry Chase group stage competition of Top Clans 2020. Before we get started, don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch channels for all Top Clans latest updates. The game will start very soon. Our wonderful casters are waiting for you.
And hello everyone and welcome to the Top Clans Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitational, and of course we will be your casters for this evening. My name is Siora and with me is Chisto.
Hello guys, and yeah, like my partner here mentioned, welcome to the Top Clans 2020 SEA Invitational. I am super excited to see all of our teams compete tonight.
With this 8-day tournament, 16 best of our teams are going to be divided respectively. And of course, let's see who gets that championship with that a stunning prize pool of $20,000 US.
Yeah, and playing for that prize pool, we have a very, very long tournament ahead of us. Of course, out of those 16 teams, we have, again, divided them into 4 groups where we will be having the group stage first for all of them. And yeah, I'm just super hyped to see how this one will turn out for each and every one of them. A lot of time, to get your bearings, to adjust to your competition in this group stage.
Yeah, definitely. And this is exciting because this is the first SEA tournament of Tom and Jerry Chase. And of course, let's get a quick overview of the group stages for today. So the duration is going to be today until the 26th with a best of 3s double elimination, which means we will have some room for, some errors here and a chance to really redeem themselves up onto the lower brackets. And again, these teams are divided into 4 groups based on the final rank mode and during the registration phase.
And of course, moving on from that, October 31st, we'll start our elimination stage where things will matter quite a bit more as it will turn into the single elimination. So once you lose, you're really out of that tournament. No more cushions for each of the teams here once we do move forward to the elimination stage.
Indeed. So yeah, and like what you said, the players who are going to advance here, and unfortunately losers will be eliminated. And of course, as mentioned, they will be having this prize pool here with the first place getting $10,000, and of course it will be going on respectively, and as well as the scoring rules here, Chisto. And basically these are the specific points that they are have the chance to gather here once our matches start up.
Yeah, and just looking at the scoring here for, the side of the cat, it seems like there's a lot of ways for the mice actually to hinder him from getting any of those points, depending on how much, cheese they are able to push in. As right now on the screen, guys, you will be seeing the 4 groups here, A, B, C, and D. These are all the teams competing here for that $20,000 US prize pool.
Indeed. And of course, later on today, I think if I'm not mistaken, we will be witnessing the matches for Group A, which is stated for today's match. So we will be starting it off with Team Joyful versus Team Behind, followed by Pew Clan and RNF.
Yeah, and that will conclude the matches for Group A, followed by Group B. Of course, it will be Tuffy versus Vane Q, and following that to end the night, it will be Front versus IMP.
Yeah, so I'm pretty excited to see how things would pan out. And you have to take note, guys, with each and every game, we will be having the first and second phase of respective teams. On the first phase, get to the cat and mouse roles, and then onto the second half, they will be having the switcheroos. So and that is where we kind of divide the scores accordingly.
And it's going to be very crucial, of course, for your team to build momentum. Whether you're starting on the mice side or the cat side, getting that first win can really help you, especially in the best of 3. As we are going to see the team overview here for Joyful. As you can see
Yeah.
here.
Okay, so for the side of the cats here, we have Butch, Topsy, and of course our OG Tom. And if you're going to see the trend here for Team Joyful, they are really hovering up that Robin Hood pick, simply because maybe they are opting for more mobility in terms of the double jumps. And this Robin Hood, Jerry, can actually grant that with you and your teammates. So I think they're more really focused on just really prioritizing and getting those cheese as much as possible.
Yeah, and quite the opposite though. On the other side here, on this behind, not much Robin Hood Jerry being played by their team. Seeing a lot of Devil Jerry here, so maybe just a different kind of mobility. You were talking about how, Robin Hood Jerry had that double jump. On this side though, with the Devil Jerry, they do have access to being able to teleport around the map. So that's something that the cats need to keep in mind here at all times.
Indefinitely, and that is, yeah, like what you mentioned, they have to really keep in mind that specifically because we kind of have a broad map, so it's not just about taking that into consideration, but of course they have to really think fast, because if those mice were able to spot out the cheese in their locations, it's going to be a bit challenging for our cat side.
Yeah, and as well, I'm excited, especially since there haven't been that many tournaments for Tom and Jerry Chase. So seeing these players compete against each other, potentially for the first time, I'm just excited to see what kind of strategies they might come out with here to try and outsmart each other.
And of course, without further ado, let's head on to the first game here. Chisto between behind is going to be on the Team Cats first, and Team Joyful is going to be the mouse side. So if you guys really look closely, we'll be having OG Tom here as the cat, and look at that, if I'm not mistaken, this is the magician, and we weren't able to see the others, but yeah, that is basically the quick rundown of their picks. But you know what, Chisa, since you did mention that this is the tournament for Tom and Jerry Chase, you guys too can be able to download this game, available in the App Store and Google Play. And of course, guys, really tune in to that comment sections, because we are giving away some CDKs. And the best thing that you guys can actually redeem these codes is, of course, firstly, to download the game. Second of all, you can go into the website, which is provided onto the comment sections below, and simply just get your username in it and exchange the CDK.
Yeah, and it seems like we are gonna hop straight into the game right now, Saya. We are heading on to the patrol phase, as we're seeing Tom here, of course, trying to spot out those robot mice.
And yeah, so far we are seeing that he temporarily uses his movement speed here, so that he was able to get some grip or get closer into the map areas that we have right now. So basically, still in the patrolling phase. I like it how our mice is very well dispersed here. So now using their kits right here, they are going to be invisible this time around. So Tom has to be very, swift about how he rotates in the areas.
It's very interesting there as well that the mice actually delayed some of their robots from coming out. Maybe sending one out first, trying to spot whether or not the cat is in that area, as right now DTG just setting down some mouse traps here nearby those mouse holes.
Okay, so the initial plan here is, I like it how Tom really uses all the materials at hand and his skills to temporarily make himself invisible, just so he could spot out the areas of the cheese, and at the same time to potentially catch some mice. But you know what? The mice, on the other hand, really did their part as well, but they are a bit of crumpled here with the same area as our cat, so they are grouped together. So he is able to spot down one here. So let's see, he's unfortunately knocked down and was taken by Tom.
Yeah, very early catch here for Tom. Only a minute into the round, and already he should be tying this guy onto a chair.
Yes,
or rocket, I should say.
He was able to rocket on the chair, and I like it how he placed some mouse traps there. So it could really give some ample time for the mouse to actually be cautious in saving them. But Joy here was, Alvin, if I'm not mistaken, was able to save his friend in need. So utilizing that time and then really kiting out Tom, it kind of gave them more space to actually get some cheese up their sleeve.
Yeah, really nicely played there, coming from the side of Joyful. Able to, hinder Tom just enough to get that save in.
Yeah, and the materials here in the area are heavily utilized by Tom at this point, gathering some XP as much as he can. So he was able to use a telescope to really see where the other mice are. But right now, looks like they are clumped up together into the kitchen onto the deck area here. But it looks like Tuffy was able to spot some cheese on his own, but Tom is into the tails, utilizing the stairs here. So it's nice. But so far, okay, I think the initial strategy here is he's just really eyeing out the locations of the cheese and just making some rotations to potentially see if there's some mouse in the vicinity.
Yeah, right now though, he's not gonna spot out one of the invisible mice that just went past him. DTG right now, not really finding any of the mice, as most of them are on the opposite half of the map.
Alright, with the invisibility, Tuffy here was able to get some cheese, and with all that skedaddles, Tom was unfortunately stunned by the material in the area. So now, going back here, he's just really throwing away all of those fragile things into the area. But seeing how the mice are positioned right now, they are pretty close together. So I think they are wedging in the cheese in that area.
Tom though, deciding to hunt for these mice, knowing where the cheese is. Gonna try to make his way here onto the captain's quarters, maybe catch out any of these mice in the area. He knows that the last part of cheese is in that space, so really trying to chase them. Now the mice doing their best job to kite here.
Alright, so he is going to make himself invisible, but was fogged out by his vision here. So it kind of gives a little bit of time for the mice to actually play around the map. And I think that is exactly what they're doing right now here. Just baiting him out in one area so that the other one can wedge in to that lower area of our map, basically onto the deck. So he was able to get one and will rocket down Alvin here. So...
And I believe that is Pirate Jerry tied up to the rocket right now. 20 seconds if ever any of the mice want to go for a save. Tom though doing a good job of protecting that rocket.
Indeed. And yeah, he was able to get another one as well. And into the rocket chair he goes. But I guess Tuffy is in a good position to go for the save right now, which was done in a jiffy. But okay, he was mouse-trapped, but it did really turn out on his favor and he hit himself in the long run there. So again, for the third time, the mice were able to get some cheese. Okay, someone was trapped here, but they were able to rescue though the trapped mouse.
Yeah, and I'm looking towards the south part of the map right now. Already working on one of the cheap measures here. Seems like we will be able to push that one through, as the other mice here are just really playing distraction.
Well, basically that is yeah. Okay, so that is the third cheese for now. So Tom setting up some traps right here to actually work with. But right now they are going to the lower parts of the map. So they have the cheese here on site. But Tom really steady on his hands, but was fogged out with his vision here is really blocked.
And really interesting thing here, Say. It seems like, DTG on Tom is struggling to stop the mice from pushing in the wedges of cheese here. About 4 minutes left into this round. Alright.
So,
trying to scout out this area. He knows where the piece of cheese is here.
Oh, that was a nice whack by Tom right there with the frying pan. but they weren't able to get the cheese there. But I think they're trying to really work their way through. But on the long run, however, Behind was able to get some, and off to the rocket chair one goes. But I think he isn't gonna let him sit through and just play some time before actually getting actually like shoving them away first before actually sitting that mouse down.
I'm gonna try to protect this rocket now so that they can't go for any of these saves, but another good save there coming from Joyful.
Ooh. Okay, he was burned there earlier, kind of stunning him for a slight duration back there. But okay, so we are now seeing once more that the rocket chair, he will be rocketing down Tuffy, and the rest are just throwing away every item that there is. But this is already 2 catches for Tom at this point, so they have to be very fast because time is ticking to save Joy here.
Yeah, and the mice are now scrambling really to try and get these saves. They are able to get both of the mice away from the chair, but Tom has grabbed one of them to be able to once again finally actually dispatches Pirate Jerry.
And now, okay, this is the final moments for Tom to actually prevent the mice from actually escaping the area right now. So they were able to get the cheese that they want. So he has to really defend as much as possible, not really letting them, really escape and destroying that crack.
Yeah, Tom now really gonna try to play his best defense here. He knows where the crack is. Just needs to set up here as he has one of the mice trailing after him. He's gonna defend the crack right now.
Alright, but look at that. Azo is doing a very good job in actually destroying that wall there as much as possible. I like it how Tom is just really using the buffs here to his efficiency. But seeing how the mice are really destroying the crack one by one and not simultaneously is something that you have to consider as well. So Tom was stunned for a short duration here. So he really needs to be careful because the area is, or the crack rather, is going to be destroyed anytime soon.
Yeah, the mice need to be careful. They're slowly but surely chipping away at the crack, but let's see, Tom trying his best really here to just hinder them. Needs to find a few more hits here if he wants to dispatch maybe one more of the mice, score some more points.
Okay, so we see Virtue just applying some buffs on his sleeves right here. So Tom just really guarding the crack into nearby area, but was able to be stunned here by Astro, and now he will be temporarily, fixing the crack for some additional HP here. But time is ticking. The mouse have to be very quick in destroying this, and Tom here just really picking up all those items as much as possible.
Yeah, and I love the strategy here coming out from the mice. Having Mouseketeer Tuffy really just lead the charge here for them under that helmet, of course. If you see that helmet on Tuffy, it means that he is well and truly protected here.
Okay, so unfortunately Tom was stunned here, and this leaves our mice to actually destroying the crack right now. And with that being said, Chisto, our mice will be winning this first round.
Yeah, it was a scrappy ending to the round as well. The mice really just slowly and surely rotating around and trying to chip away at that crack. Eventually, they were able to get it. So with that, Joyful able to get some decent points on the board, getting a lot of the cheese in through the mouse holes and escaping as well. So good round there from Joyful.
Yep, and even though Alvin was dispatched by the cat, the stats speaks for themselves, and here, them really just utilizing their kits right here, making them invisible and, alternatingly destroying the crack. It kind of has the advantage on them because other than the numbers, and you don't really want to be caught by Tom, simultaneously. So I like it how they just really alternate themselves into destroying the cracks and at the same time really distracting Tom in a certain area so that they could really focus on really destroying it.
Yeah, and looking at the stats, Detective Jerry really pulling through with his role, just pushing all of those wedges of cheese in. And yeah, I think one of the things that really worked well for the mice there was the fact that they were able to get so many saves on their teammates who
Yes.
were already tied to the rockets. So with Tom not being able to, get any dispatches early, I think it was really difficult for him to defend in the crack there towards the end.
But of course, if we're decided behind, do not fret yet because you can still, really win with this second half that we will be having since they are the ones who's going to be on the mice side and of course Team Joyful is going to be the cat side. So let's see if they could really even out the scores that initially Joyful had in an advantageous gap.
Yeah, and again, for everyone watching, of course, it's only the group stage, and it's a pretty long tournament for all of these teams. So getting that good warm-up in as well should be able to help them out really well here. But yeah, we are going to be switching sides here. It's going to be Joyful on the cat and behind on the mice side. Maybe that will flip their luck though here. I am just excited to see our second game of the night.
Same. I mean, just simply watching them, it's like me watching the cartoon all over again, and I was still a kid. So, but this time, you can really control it out because before, when I was still a kid, I just pray that Tom would eventually get Jerry. But this time, you can, control the odds if it works in your favor, of course.
Yeah, and of course, again, to all our viewers out there, if you want to pick up the game, it is available on the Google Play Store and the Apple Store as well. So if you ever want to pick up Tom and Jerry Chase, maybe, try and play that game of cat and mouse, literally, maybe even compete in the future. So yeah.
Indeed, and of course, guys, when you download the game, you can get a chance to get some freebies here onto the comment section, guys. Do watch out for that CDK, and it's very easy to redeem that code if ever so. Just go on to the website that is indicated onto the comment section, and place your username in it alongside with the CDK and log in the game when you can get the rewards. So it's nice because other than the fact that this is one of the recent games that were released, it's nice that they are giving away some goodies for us.
Yeah, and check out the pinned comment as well for more details on how to claim those freebies. And yeah, you mentioned recent game. I believe this is the newest game on the list of games here at Top Clans. So
Yes.
fairly new game, and there's not many tournaments for Tom and Jerry Chase as well.
If I'm not mistaken, this is their first, actually. But you know what? Let's head into the picking phase. Ooh, I like it. Let's go. Tom here. Very nice. And going into the picking phase of our mice for team behind, we have the Magician Jerry, the OG Jerry, or the classic Jerry, Musketeer Tuffy, and of course the Detective Jerry. I like it how they are mixing Detective Jerry here this time, and look at that skins. It makes you really groovy and funky. Reminds me of a certain episode.
I'm figuring out what I would call it the pop star skin
Popstar?
for
Oh,
Tom
yeah.
right now. Yeah, it looks like he's just ready to perform, but yeah, should be a fun one. And once again, we're seeing Detective Jerry here, and I think the reason why a lot of teams do favor Detective Jerry is the fact that he can, get the cheese in faster than the other mice.
Yes. And the fact that Detective Jerry can also make his teammates really invisible and be stealthy enough is one of the things that you have to consider as well. So right now we are into the second half of our first game, Chisto, between Joyful and Behind, and we are in the patrolling phase. So so far, mice pretty dispersed. So this gives them like a big idea of where the cheese might be at.
Yeah, seems like the robot mice will be able to scout out where the cheese is very, very nicely here to start off the round. And we are putting the cheese on the lower half of the map right now, which should
so
give...
we are now, we're now seeing that Tom is placing some buffs up on his sleeves to gain some XP there to and fro. So as you mentioned, they are into the lower side, but I think they are regrouping together onto the deck area. And with this, we will now be heading onto the dispatch phase of our game. So let's see if Tom is going to be able to catch them up by making himself invisible in the first seconds of our game.
Yeah, gonna want to catch the mice here by surprise. Of course, if he does surprise the mice, your Detective Jerry always able to escape with his smoke bombs as well. Gonna be able to blind the vision of Tom here.
And now moving forward, okay, so Tom is in the deck area going up into the top areas of our game. So looking at this, just really putting in some buffs before actually going for the strike. Alright, so it was a nice job that he was able to put some mousetrap there near the wedge. Idea if the mouse will be attempting to push it inside. So right now he is able to spot down one. So let's see if he is able to get that mouse here in the vicinity.
And Tom's been invisible for a while right now, but he really hasn't caught out any of the mice. Speaking of the mice, they've already pushed in one wedge of cheese here, so things so far are going in their favor early on. Oh no, mousetrap though.
Mousetrap was a hit for Tom right here, so this is looking pretty well for him. And finally, he was able to capture one, really grooving his way to that rocket chair. And let's see, but you know what? Niall here isn't much far behind into the vicinity, so he is able to rocket down the mouse right here rather. But you know what? The others are in the area as well. And securing that chair with the mousetrap to get some milk first is one of the things that is nice job right here. But he was able to go for the save and was caught in the mousetrap though, even though he is invisible.
Actually very difficult for Tom here to guard the rockets, knowing that Detective Jerry on the mice side can turn his teammates invisible.
Okay, so he was stunned a bit twice there in a single vicinity. So right now, the mice were able to get two more, and we will be heading on to the escape phase. And Tom has to be really up on his feet chasing. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Magician Jerry, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so going back right here onto our game, he was able to get one into the rocket chair, but this kind of leaves some time for Detective Jerry to actually push that cheese onto the captain's quarters.
We're not even halfway through the dispatch phase, and already 4 wedges of cheese have been pushed through here by the mice. So really making use of the time that their teammates are buying for them. But Tom here gonna catch Mouseketeer Tuffy. Gonna tie him up to a rocket right now.
Okay, but was stunned and Tuffy was able to escape. So now they were able to get some cheese, and this is the escape phase for now. So he has to find the crack area, which is nearby Detective Jerry. So with the position of Tom right now, he has to be really quick on his toes, transitioning from the deck to the area to where the crack is at.
Oh, he is able to get one dispatch off, but unfortunately the mice in the end will be able to escape through that hole. I think at the end of the day, Tom was just trying to go for that dispatch and secure those points for his team.
But yeah, unfortunately, I think he spent too much of a time there in really focusing on dispatching that mouse, which kind of leads to them really having a smooth transition to the crack and, basically survived this match. So with that being said, I think they really evened out the scores, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but I do believe they did catch up quite a bit, because that was a really quick round from what we all saw compared to the first one, because
Mhm.
we were about 4 minutes into the round, and already four wedges of cheese were already pushed through the hole. So yeah, pretty quick round right there.
Yes, and okay, the stat speaks really for himself, and the fact that they were able to, really buy some time in, distracting Tom into. If you notice, whenever he tries to like sit or place the mouse in the rocket chair, he doesn't really do it once. He kind of like fake sits
Yeah.
it and then goes for another attempt afterwards because the mice were kind of like distracting him in the long run. So that's one of the things that you have to consider here as well.
Yeah, a lot of the cats have been going for that play, before tying down a mice to a rocket, really trying to, maybe bait a teammate into getting a hit from him first, because they will be trying to save their, you know, ally in danger. But yeah, pretty fun game too. They're pretty fast paced as well. I wonder if that will continue the trend for the rest of the night, where the mice are just able to escape over and over. Because so far, the cats really haven't been able to dispatch a lot of these Jerry's and Toughies.
Indeed, and there's a lot of maps or areas to actually work with here, so he also has to consider. But with that being said, Chisto looks like we got ourselves right here as team behind was able to even out the scores initially that Joyful gave them during the first half. So it is evened out right now, and we will be proceeding to our second match in a bit.
Yeah, of course, only game one during the group stage. It is a best of three, so a lot of chances for these teams to really just get a read on what their opponent might want to do here, what kind of strategies, what kind of characters they will be bringing out as well. And so far, seeing that the score is tied after game one, it kind of indicates to me that this might be a very, very close competition between all of the teams.
Indeed, and it's also exciting to see that other than, of course, the aesthetics per se, the strategies that they might show us for this evening. You really have to like consider as well the difficulties or challenges on being a cat side here, because it's already given that the mice have a lot of things to work with, and them being dispersed kind of gives them a bigger picture of where the cheese might be located at. So being in the cat area, I think it's nice for them to actually locate the cheese first, and then there is going to be bound to have a robot mice in the area, especially in the patrolling ones, when you spot out some cheese there. So a lot of things to consider here.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of factors for both sides, really, especially for the cats to keep track of, knowing that the map is really, really big, and there's only one cat to cover every area, to cover the entire area. It's gonna be quite challenging for them to try and dispatch some of these mice. And like you mentioned, the mice so far have been doing a great job, setting up between rescuing each other and pushing in those wedges.
Yep. So in a moment, we will be heading on to the second match. It looks like they're just really tweaking up and preparing themselves, because like you did mention earlier, that since our first match was concluded, I think they have a very rough picture of how their respective teams are going to plan out their strategy. So with that, we are going to head on to the picking phase of our second match. Again, team behind will be using Tom, Popstar Tom, Disco Tom, if you may, Magician Jerry, Tuffy here, Musketeer Tuffy, Detective Jerry, and of course, this is a Pirate Jerry if I'm not mistaken.
So I looked up the actual name of the skin. It's actually King of Pop Tom. So it
Okay.
It is a Michael Jackson.
It is a
reference.
Michael Jackson, yes. But technically, you were right in the pop area, so.
Yeah. But yeah, it seems like there will be no changes in terms of what characters they are deciding to bring. It seems like teams will be sticking to what they're comfortable with. We did see some stats earlier on what they usually play, and it seems like they are sticking to what is making them comfortable here, especially with the competition. But yeah, we have switched maps here.
Okay, very interesting here as Tom is sighted out into the patio area with the early phases of our game. So now starts the patrolling phase, and one robot is going to be spotted out. So he was able to go into underneath the side of our map by that consecutive jumping through and through. And he was able to activate some robots to actually scout the area as well. So there are plenty of buffs that he could use right here to his potential.
Yeah, a lot of drinks for him as well. Just pick your poison, quite literally. And he is just
Yes,
forging
it
through
is.
everything right now.
It is indeed, and that's like a similar episode from Tom and Jerry 2. Him trying some concoctions to actually boost himself up, which is what we're seeing right now. Since right now he did add a lot of buffs up on his sleeve, so I think he will be transitioning into the vents area, proceeding. If I'm not mistaken, he's in the bedroom area. But the mice, however, is into the very bottom side of our map.
Yo, he's really close to a lot of the mice right now. He's gonna spot one of them, already gonna knock him down. So let's see, he's gonna put them to one of the rockets here, separate him from the rest of his team. Let's see whether or not the mice can make a save here. Gonna save Master Tuffy.
All right, so some fireworks are used, but they were able to evade that sparks right here. So I like it how Tom here is just really guarding Asao here into these sides, but he has to take note of Bruce onto the chase, and he is thrown down. So this is gonna give them some time to save the friend in me who is into the rocket here right now, but was able to get one as well in return. So that was a trade, but I think the other one is actually focusing on getting the cheese and putting it onto the wedge.
Yeah, that could have almost been a dispatch there for behind here. And just as I say that, they are gonna be able to finally dispatch one of the mice. That leaves it in a 3-on-1 very early on. The fact that Tom is able to get a dispatch is huge for him.
So right now, really transitioning himself into the stairs here, up, if I'm not mistaken, onto the corridors and to the bedroom area he goes. But the other mices are on the patio area getting that cheese. So okay, it's we are seeing here that they are grouped together, but it could have been effective as well if one is at least in the area to where the last cheese is, so that they could be, a little bit simultaneous in what they're doing. And I think that is what the magician Jerry is doing right now.
And I'm thinking about the cause and effect here. The fact that Tom was able to take out Pirate Jerry means that there's no real way for the mice now to sabotage the rockets. Might mean that it's much easier for Bell now on Tom to actually dispatch these mice if he is able to find a few hits here. He's chasing down Magician Jerry.
Okay, so this is pretty interesting that they're just really juggling their way through. So he was able to, if I'm not mistaken, he is captivating one mouse on his hands right there, and just eyeing out some rocket chairs to and fro, but he's opting for the highest one there, which is a nice call since it's going to take some time and effort to go up there for the save.
Yeah, and again now, how the mice play this one out? Tom's turned invisible here, but it will give him an opportunity to catch out one of the mice here on the mousetrap.
All right, so this is a very different game from the one that we've witnessed during the first match. They were able to save, but is trapped onto the mousetrap, and now Bell here just really catching up on the pace of Astau. Astau here falling onto the patio area and just really transitioning himself into the bedroom. So they are quickly dispersed right now. So the thing is, Tom really fast on actually catching up into the mice right here.
Yeah. Mice struggling to get away from Tom here. with his spatula, just whacking away at him.
Alright, so they are throwing in some materials for Tom to eventually get stunned or actually be snared in a short duration. And with that, he already knows the placements of the remaining cheese. I think what he's doing right now is just, rotating to and fro onto the top cheese and onto the bottom cheese here to prevent them from actually pushing it. But Detective Jerry, however, was able to get the cheese onto the top side, and I think he's gonna opt to go to a nearby wedge.
Yeah. The mice need 2 more wedges here if they want to pull off an escape here, and it seems like Bell will move over to the bottom half of the map, but he is quickly making him. Oh, vent play. He hit him. Just needs to find him.
That was a very swift move coming from Bell here, really preventing them from actually pushing the cheese into the vent. So Virtue is going to be the one getting eyed out by Bell, but I think Bell knows better that, okay, I think you're just going to try and distract me, so I might as well transition into a different mouse.
Yeah, he knows that he only needs a hit to knock him out again. He's trying his quickest, to get to the top half of the map right now. He's gonna set up one of the traps here.
Near the wedge
lay down
too.
another.
Alright.
Okay.
So, oh, okay.
Thought he tripped over his own trap there. Gonna break one of the boxes, but yeah, things seem to have slowed down for him now despite getting that early dispatch. Pirate
Yeah.
Jerry cheering them on from wherever the rocket sent him.
Mm-hmm. And I think that he's, just throwing the materials here to see if there are any potential mouse that are in the area. So right now, Magician Jerry onto that cheese. Alright, he is invisible though, but looky here, that was a rabbit who is getting the cheese, so he was a little bit of mind blown back there, thinking it was the Magician Jerry, and that was a nice call because it gave them time to push that cheese into the wedge, so they only need 1 more before actually going into the escaping phase.
Let's see, he spotted 1 wedge of cheese here, so he knows where the mice want to go, but invisible Detective Jerry right now, scouting out where the where Tom is, and he's really just camping this area. Gonna wait for any of these mice to show up. Mice, of course,
Yeah.
do have a lot of time here.
Yeah, and not so much time for the side of the mouse, because looking here, as you mentioned, he is camping in that area. But the mice have to do something quick about this, and I think kiting is not gonna be the option since Tom is pretty aware that this is the remaining cheese that they have to get.
They need to somehow get Tom off of this final cheese. See what the play will be here from the mice. Of course, they have Detective Jerry who can turn invisible. Might be the one they use to approach.
Yeah, alright. So we are now seeing Magician Jerry in the vicinity here. So let's see if what the other mouse or mice will do on this part. So Virtue is currently the one being chased by Tom here. So, okay, Detective Jerry was able to get the cheese on hand, so the kiting was good, went onto their favor, but the trade is that Virtue is gonna be rocket down onto the chairs. But I think Detective Jerry is opting for a further mouse hole so that he could push it in there, but Bell here seems to know that he is gonna go in there anytime soon, and that kind of prevented Detective Jerry from actually pushing the cheese there.
Alright, so Bell now knows that there has already been an attempt there to push the final wedge of cheese in. Mice have 1.5 minutes to try and put the cheese in and escape.
Alright, so they're just really standing by into near that wedge area. And of course, Tom really closes the door in to be notified if ever if they were able to open.
They're gonna try and push the wedge of cheese here. Oh, it's a scuffle.
Okay, the king was awake though, so that kind of gave the mice an opportunity to push the wedge in and go for the escape route. So the crack is into the patio area in which Bell is gonna be on his way, but Bruce is standing by that area as well. So have to take consideration to that. They have to get as much items as possible to really destroy this crack.
Let's see how well Bell can, play defense here.
Oh.
Already an angry dog scouting around the area. Oh, gonna be able to avoid him for now, but Jerry
Oh.
here.
I like it how he used that strength buff over there to just really destroy the crack with Bell here. Just really trying to make his way, preventing them from getting more items. But Bruce in the way, it kind of like destroys the initial plan of Bell right here. But Bell was able to regain some HP of the crack. Stunned in exchange. And this is the cons of actually having a lot of materials into your sleeve.
All right.
Oh!
Man, Bruce being the crack really has made Bell struggle a lot here.
Yeah.
He's
and
right on
Bruce-
top of it, just guarding it.
Bruce is basically onto the crack, and again, another attempt to actually go and throw Jerry away. So this just leaves the mice on all the more opportunity to break, or destroy rather, the bricks right here.
All right, about 2 minutes left here. Bell trying to hold on, but Mice going strong here.
Oh! The
And with
final
that-
slam.
Yeah, with that, the Mice will be able to escape there. And yes, another scrappy ending. And I think it was just really difficult for Tom there to get away. Everything going against him towards the end. A lot of, obstacles for him to
Yeah.
try and stop the Mice from actually escaping. Bruce doing a lot of work there for the Mice.
Bruce being a threat in there, especially he is standing directly into the crack area, kind of like destroys or slims the chances of Tom actually protecting it. And plus, Chris was able to use that strength buff right there to actually go for the final blow to really destroy that and went for the escape. So, but Bell really did a good job into having that early dispatch of Mouse there, really taking down off the board. But it kind of scaled down as the game progresses because the mice were able to find their way to actually, they know how to utilize the map effectively. And yeah, with that being said, it was another win for them.
Yeah, I was surprised actually that the Mice were able to bounce back despite losing one of their members very early on into the round. Tom doing a good job of dispatching that, just about 2 minutes into that round. But yeah, we're yet to see a cat able to dispatch more than one mouse here. Maybe, who knows, as the tournament goes, we might see some, cat victories, because so far it has been the Mice dominating here.
Yeah, so in a short while, we will be heading on to the second half of our second match. But for now, like you mentioned, the mice are pretty dominating here onto our first match. The same thing with our first half here. So let's see if the cats are gonna be, are able to really bounce back, or I think there is going to be a chance for since they will be having like a switcheroos again for our second half. Let's see if they are able to tie out once more these scores, or will we finally have a winner?
Yeah, and we're yet to see a switch from Tom. We haven't seen the other cats come out tonight so far, so maybe a new character will come out once we see the other players, the other teams compete as well. But so far, the trend tonight has been, a lot of Detective Jerry, a lot of, Mouseketeer, Tuffy, just really making use of their abilities really, really well. The Detective Jerrys have been very, very, useful in terms of gathering information for their team. Using that invisibility, just figuring out the position of the cat at all times. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course you have to consider as well. I mean, although I like the strategies of our cats right here, just really buffing them up in the early phases of the game. If you notice during the patrolling phase, it just so happens that I think it would also be good to not just really buff yourselves up, but to also roam around the area as well, because it's kind of helpful if you have some information to where it's not the cheese the mice are at. But yeah, like what we said, this is the picking phase of our second half for this match. So this time still picking the classic Tom. Oh, that's a very nice skin. I think that's a sailor skin. Of course. And then the magician, devil, Jerry, and the other ones I wasn't able to really see. But still it's still into the similar pool of mice that was used earlier into our game.
Yeah, a magician and detective again for that game. And again, the detectives, I feel like, have been a really important part of all of these, teams on the mice side. Just really using that invisibility and getting as much information as possible for your team.
Yeah, and like as similar to the first half, I like the Tom cat here is just really jumping into one area simply because there is a secret passageway here, so that they could go again, use some concoctions up on their sleeve. So onto the side cameras, however, we are seeing that the robot mice is really scouting through this lower area of our map to see if there are some potential cheese up on their sleeve.
A lot of items right now. A lot of choices for Tom to choose from.
Yeah.
Let's see whether or not he drinks up all of these, whether he takes a drink out of all of these bottles right now. Really buff himself up.
True.
Last time around we saw this play, we were able to see an early dispatch from the cat.
So let's see if can still, do the same and have an early dispatch. So off to the vent he goes. So I think he has a very rough idea on where the other mice are at. So he opens the vent I think this is for easy transportation on his side. And, just climbing it up. So he was able to spot down one cheese. So I think he already has an idea on how the route of our mice will go.
He's already spotted one of the mice here. He is invisible, so the mice haven't seen him just yet. It's actually the first Devil Jerry game that we are gonna see tonight as well, of course. Devil Jerry, one of those mice that can teleport around the map. So extra mobility, very, very effective.
Okay, now he was able to see one who was pushing the cheese rather, but onto the other side of the map though, they are working with another cheese there to actually be pushed in. So now transitioning, he is gonna go back into the vents area once more for easier transportation on Tom's side. So again, right now taking some concoctions up on his sleeve for potential boost. I think that's the invisibility one.
Yeah. I just want to highlight the amazing teamwork there from the mice. They're always grouped right now whenever they are pushing the wedges of cheese through. It seems like there's always 3 or 4 of them with that cheese. Of course, it does go down faster if they are, clumped up.
Ooh, that Detective Jerry though accepts some fall damage right there, and Tom really utilizing that was able to tear down Detective Jerry here, and this is going to be a potential save for either the Devil or the Magician Jerry. But Tuffy here on his way to the bedroom area, but the other one I think is getting the cheese and pushing it down.
Let's see. Oh.
Oh.
Able to get the save there with Musketeer Tuffy. Of course, the helmet keeping him protected here at all times.
Okay, so the helmet is done. So he has to be really swift on kiting here. Oh, that was a very nice save though for Devil Jerry, stunning down Tom in a very short span of time. Okay, that kind of stuns him again for another round here. So that was good throwing, if I say so myself, for Tuffy.
Yeah, the mice making quick work, pushing these wedges of cheese through. Still 7 minutes in the dispatch round, and already 4 pieces of cheese have been pushed through the holes here. So we might see the crack pop out.
Yeah, indeed. And so far, he isn't able to really dispatch any mouse so far into our game. So 6 minutes remaining on the clock. So the cheese is in the hands of Devil Jerry. So right now they are proceeding with the nearby wedge, which is I'm pretty sure he already knows the agenda. Oh,
And something interesting to me here, Seiya, is the difference in pace in terms
yeah.
of the cat and mouse rounds. You know, the other teams tend to play a bit slower when pushing the wedges of cheese in, but right now, behind aren't really hesitating at all. Just stopping Tom in his tracks everywhere, blocking the door as well. They might actually get to push the cheese here. Oh, the
Right.
crack has appeared.
Uh-huh. So the crack is already there, and look at them, just really not really wasting so much time, and just look at that with the low health of the crack, almost destroyed here. And Tom isn't able to move as much since he's always getting stunned by the other mice right here. So with that being said, that is another win for Team Mice here, and I think that is from Team Behind. I think they are this time securing their scores this time. They will be in the lead.
Yeah, and really a quick escape there from behind, making sure that, you know, Tom really wasn't in any position to stop them from making that escape. There were a couple of times where some of their members were tied down to those rockets, but just easily able to save them, making use of the abilities from Musketeer Tuffy, using that helmet, making sure he's protected near the cat. But yeah, another win there for the mice.
Indeed, and I really like it how the moment that the crack was spawned here into our map, they immediately did not waste any time and just go to destroy it. And the moment when Tom really went into the area, he was really stunned through and through and wasn't really able to move around much. And with that being said, this is going to be the scores this time. Team Behind actually winning with 2 points ahead.
Yeah, with those, you know, quick dispatches as well, I think that really made a difference. Oh, those quick escapes, I should say, really made a difference in that game for them. And I believe we should head into a third game to decide who will come out here on top in the best of 3. And yeah, I am excited to see who will eventually pick up the win here between these two teams in Group A.
Yep, definitely. But you know what, guys? You too can join into the fun right here. All you have to do is download this game, which is available on Google Play and the App Store, guys. And you can win some goodies here that is indicated into the comments section below. All you have to do is just, firstly, download the game, and secondly, go onto the website that is indicated there and, claim those codes and, log into the game, and you might be getting some prizes up in store.
Yeah, check out the pinned comments as well on the stream so that you know how to get those prizes, the freebies for yourself. But going back to what we just saw, it's really interesting to see the dynamic and how fast these teams play. Some of the other teams during their mice rounds, they really don't rush into pushing those wedges of cheese. There's a lot more kiting going on, but man, the last one from behind, it was just very, very quickly just shove all of the cheese in, get the crack out. And this is a super quick dispatch round there for the mice.
Indeed. So now we are just going to wait for our, if I'm not mistaken, for our third match here, which is the first half in a bit, to really determine who is going to be our, secured victor in in between Team Joyful and Team Behind.
And I mentioned earlier that we think the matches might be, a lot closer than we think, because, our first game, it did end in a draw, right? But yeah, that could change here for Game 3. And again, there's still a lot more teams that are going to be competing today. For tonight, we're only going to be seeing teams from Group A and B. Who knows? Maybe the other teams, are watching as well, maybe scouting out their potential future opponents once we do head over to the knockout stage. But yeah, it's just very interesting to see how the strategies are panning out for most of the teams here. And right now, we might see our first Lightning come out here, coming from behind.
Yeah, this is a very nice change of Cat, simply because during the first two matches, you're kind of getting used to Tom being the one hovered in. But of course, Lightning, there is some new set of skills, and this is known to be one of the fastest Cats that we have in our games, hence his name, of course. So this kind of adds him more mobility, and in terms of actually catching the mice, especially when the areas and the terrains are basically in his favor. So by now, I think there's some little tweaks here and there. So let's see if that there's still some changes with the Cat picks, and from the last time we saw earlier into that picking phase, I think it's still similar in terms of the mice picks.
Yeah, and for everyone watching, I'm just really excited for them as well to see a different Cat come out here. During our first two games, it was everyone just playing with the Tom. Finally, we get to see some Lightning.
Indeed. So going back here into our game, look at that side camera onto the lower left side. The robot mouse was able to spot out some cheese, so they are pretty dispersed. So I like it though how Lightning is going to set up some traps into that wedge. So at least he gets to be notified whether there is going to be some mouse attempting to push some cheese there.
Of course, the patrol phase, very important for both sides really. Cats get to figure out what route the mice might be taking. And for the mice, what's important here is just figure out where everything is. Scout out the map, know where the wedges of cheese are so you can plan out how you're gonna go about here. And we're actually seeing the first King Jerry come out here, so a bit of royalty coming out here from the mice.
So with that being said, we are already heading on to the dispatch phase of our game, and Detective Jerry really on his way to just really get that cheese into the kitchen area, whilst King Jerry, however, is onto the top side of the captain's quarters, I think potentially getting another cheese. But Lightning here was able to get a mouse of his own, so I think his plan is to just get him into the rocket chair and proceed with hunting down the other mine.
Yeah, might be going for the rocket chair here. Oh, actually not gonna go easy to the beast, just gonna keep this one close. But yeah, just looking at the lineup of mice right now, we were talking about how it was most of the teams, they ran Detective Jerry, they have the Magician as well. No Musketeer Tuffy this time around though, so we'll see if King Jerry can fulfill that role for them.
Oh, I like the sixth sense of Lightning right here. He knows that there is a cat that was strapped onto the mouse trap, even though he was invisible. So he was able to snag down one there, really depleting his HP. But right now, looking here, Alvin is just trying his best to kite away Lightning. They're actually pretty crowded here into our deck side.
A lot of mice in the vicinity here for Lightning to try and catch out. He is having a go though. Here on to Pirate Jerry once more. Just needs 5 seconds, and that might be the first dispatch here coming in. Just a couple of minutes into the dispatch phase. So another big catch here for our cast. Let's see whether or not he can find more.
Because basically the strategy for Lightning here is to just either dispatch one mice, to really further up the lead there in terms of points.
And the big thing here for me is the fact that the mice have only pushed in 2 wedges of cheese. That means time really isn't on their side as King Jerry just gonna get tied up here on the farthest possible, rocket on the map. Way far
Oh.
here on the beach.
So I like the strategy of Lightning right here placing that fish to stun out the mouse in the area, and they were able to rescue it down, but it was retaliated quickly, and King Jerry is the one to go for the trade. So right now he's just really eyeing out Virtue right here because Virtue was the one who was placed onto the rocket chair first. So all he needs to do now is just to basically secure Virtue here to add another point up on his sleeve.
Oh, I wonder if they can get a rescue here, King Jerry. We'll go for that attempt. The mousetrap not gonna catch them though, but Lightning really trying his best here to catch out King Jerry.
Okay, they're just simply bouncing into that floaty over here. So I like it because they're using that terrain to really confuse that Lightning here. But the thing is, it's kind of giving time for the other mice to go
Oh, he
get the
got
cheese.
him.
Oh,
And that's gonna be a second dispatch.
looking pretty good for Lightning right here. And of course, with him having some two mice that he dispatched, it means it kind of adds up to the scores that he is earning up to right now.
There's a big cat round 4 behind right now. Knowing that he's already dispatched 2 of the mice and has plenty of time to work with here. There's still 2 more wedges of cheese, which, unfortunately for the mice are in the same area, or we're near the same area. That means that Lightning doesn't need to cover much ground here. He knows he can just stay, in the vicinity of these 2 wedges and potentially catch out one of the mice that's trying to, get it and push it into a hole.
Indeed. So right now we are seeing that Detective Jerry is into the kitchen area. Wilkes, the magician, is onto the deck area. So yeah, like what you mentioned, he's just really camping the cheese that are here available in the captain's quarters. So they are gonna opt to go to that cheese which is in the beach area. But I think it was the rabbit who is gonna get the cheese right here. So him knowing that, I think he was gonna prioritize onto getting Magician Jerry instead. But was able to push that cheese though.
He will be able to tie one of the mice to a rocket though. Only needs one more to, win actually. Let's see whether or not the play here is to save or to try and actually just go for the push on that cheese.
All right, so we have one more mice that is freely roaming around. I think he's gonna go for that save here, but I think Lightning knows better and will be, really teleporting himself there to the kitchen area. But however, they were able to go for the rescue.
But he might be able to catch him again here. He's already on the chase.
Chisto, I think this is the game for you, because your name's Chisto and they're getting cheese.
Oh, let's not go there right now. But yeah, very interesting cat round here right now. Lightning will find. Actually, no, gonna lose the trail there of Detective Jerry. Instead, he's gonna try and find more items here.
So because there are 2 mice that were dispatched here, it's kind of narrowing down the options for the mice. And the thing is, one has to really kite aggressively here if they really want to push this through.
I think that might be up to Detective Jerry right now, since he is the one that can turn invisible. Also does have those smoke bombs to try and hinder the mice here. 3 minutes left here for the mice to push in their cheese. Let's see whether or not they can do so, as Lightning is putting a lot of attention to cheese here.
He's really committed there into putting actually some debuffs right there, simply because that is one of the remaining cheese that is left into our board. So this kind of forces out a more option for the mice to go to the cheese in the captain's quarters before actually taking all those debuffs.
Oh, he just found another mice here. Just needs to find a rocky to tie him into, and this might be a win for the cats. Let's see DPG making his way all the way up to the captain's quarters.
Okay, so 40 seconds onto the clock before Detective Jerry is able to go for the save. So he is on his way there now, being invisible as he is. But you know what? Lightning is up on his tails. Let's see if they are going for the save. Yes, they are, but he is going to take a hit. So to prioritize, I think he's going to go for Virtue here this time around, since he was the one rocketed it down. Okay, kind of a bit of a messy right here, just playing along the stairs, but he was able to capture once more Virtue here, and it goes for the Rocketeer. So final 15 seconds on the clock before he is out. Detective Jerry, however, was able to save him, but he quickly teleports to Virtue. Let's see, he's gonna get the hit. No, yes, okay, they are transitioning into the beach area, and
he got him midair.
finally catches him.
And this might be a win for the cats in behind right now. It should be a quick dispatch unless Detective Jerry can do something big here. Oh, again, he gets a save.
He gets saved in the nick of time. So this is going to be very difficult for Virtue. He has to be careful on not getting caught once more. But the telescope is going to be used to pinpoint where their locations are at, and seeing the potential positions. I think he's gonna go back again into debuffing this area.
Hard for the mice to actually get through here because of that mouse trap. It's gonna be very difficult for them to actually push that final wedge of cheese in.
Well, we are already down to 20 seconds of our clock. All Lightning has to do basically is to just stop them from pushing any cheese further. So right now we are seeing that the magician is into the beach area, while the detective is onto the kitchen, very far from our cheese area here. So last 1 second on the dot, and I think that concludes our game for our second half of our second match, and the cat finally wins this time.
Yeah, and that time around, it's not that he dispatched 3 of the mice. In that case, it was just the mice not, getting enough time to push all of the wedges of cheese in. Of course, Lightning there, DTG playing excellent defense on that final wedge of cheese.
Truly. So again, stats really speaks for themselves. He was able to take 12 hits onto our respective mice right here. And really, those stats right here really speak for themselves and kind of made him, get his win. But, it is from team behind, so that means they are going to gather more points here into the second half of our match.
Yeah, and I believe it is behind right now with a slight advantage over Joyful, but yeah, interesting first best of 3 here for our group stage between these teams battling it out in Group A, and it's been really fun to see all the strategies, all the diversity and characters as well. So far, we haven't seen a team not run Detective Jerry. I feel like a lot of the players think that he is very, very good as well, of course, with his invisibility and his ability to, escape away, kite around from the cats here. So let's see, maybe we get to see more of these characters pop up as the tournament moves forward.
Yeah, since like you mentioned, it's only Tom and Lightning who was dished out onto our board, and there is still more cats and more mice to actually play with here. And now let's just wait and see who will be having the upper hand here, or we can still advance into a third match. But for now, I'm just really excited on how things would pan out. And to those who are currently watching the stream, guys, go ahead and download the game, available in the App Store and Google Play as well, for you guys to know how to claim the gifts. It's pretty simple. All you have to do, guys, is just really go onto the website that is indicated onto the pinned comments. Go on and get if I'm not mistaken, your username and enter the code there, and log into the game after you do that, and lo and behold, you will be receiving your gifts.
Very, very easy to get those freebies as well.
Yes.
Just need to follow a couple of simple instructions, guys. All beginning with, of course, downloading the game onto your mobile device. But yeah, we were talking about how we've only seen 2 of the cat characters come out. We haven't seen any Topsies. We haven't seen any players bring out the Butch, and it's interesting to me because they are, sticking with Tom, who basically does a lot of the things good all around. He really covers a lot of situations for yourself. But with our first switch, we saw the lightning come out. It's actually the first win for the Cats for the evening. So maybe Classic Tom just isn't gonna work for today. I wonder if that will be the case for the rest of our players.
Yeah, maybe it's because for the first 2 matches that we had earlier, it was Classic Tom that was covered up. So I think with the change of Cats, kind of like made them look, startled in a way that they were a bit of, amazed with how the mobility of a lightning can actually dish out in our game. But you know what? We will be seeing another cat here, which is going to be Topsy with that cute little Hawaiian costume right there. And of course, really still similar with the lineups for the mice. We have King, Detective, Devil, and the Magician. So pretty interesting lineup. And this time it's going to be Joyful into the cat side. So let's see. They really have for Team Joyful, they have to even out the scores. Just so that maybe they can go for a potential tie. But if Team Behind is able to secure those cheese and was able to escape, this is going to be their win.
Yeah, and Topsy right now should be a very fun cat to watch, as he does let himself have that body double that he can swap places with. It should be a very interesting one to see how the mice deal with that mechanic, as right now he is able to take out one of the patrolling mice bots.
Yep. And onto the beach area, however, just simply walking there and asking for surveillance to see any cheese up there. But going back into this area, Topsy was able to spot out some robot mice in the vicinity, but was not able to get as far as I have seen. So into the captain's quarters, they go here. Oh, pretty interesting. They are dispersed here, and I think they're just really, thinking of some good strategies into actually confusing Topsy here, and go for some potential cheese pushes.
He's on the deck right now. Alright, where will the mice come out? Devil Jerry pops out first. Let's see whether or not he can find some early dispatches here. And again, on the mice side as well, there is that Devil Jerry that can also, teleport around. So a lot of mobility here available for Behind.
Yeah. And here, onto the captain's quarters, Detective Jerry was able to snag one for himself. So here we are now. Topsy just really depleting the health of James right here. And really on his tail too. Was able to freeze him. And this is a good call, I guess, for the chase. Will he be able to finally catch him and grasp him into his hands? No. Okay, he was knocked down, and now he is able to get a hold of Devil Jerry. So a trash can is gonna be used, and he will be cloning himself up to see. This also can cover him some areas in which he could, 1, guard the Devil Jerry, and number 2, go for some potential chases as well.
So with the time here, with the attention of Topsy being with Devil Jerry, The mice will be able to push one wedge of cheese through, but it seems like they aren't gonna go for the save here just yet. Topsy doing
Mm-hmm.
a good job of keeping them away from this rocket.
Yeah,
Two
but you have
wedges
to take
through.
note that even though he is into, really protecting Devil Jerry here, it kind of gives time for the other mice to get the cheese and place them in the wedges. And he only placed like one wedge, one mouse trap in one wedge. So, looking at that, the rabbit of the Magician Jerry is simply pushing the one in here. So again, cloning himself up. Oh, we see Bruce in the area. Let's see if he is able to get the Devil Jerry and ties him up into the chair. So they only have 40 seconds on the clock to actually go for the save.
I'm looking at the position of the mice right now. It seems like most of them are just letting the rabbits from Magician Jerry push in the wedges here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that was a consecutive push of cheese right here. Toppy has to, put in some effort into chasing, but I like it how he is committed into chasing Devil Jerry here, since this is going to be a potential dispatch. But look at that, really freezing him here and just buying some time. And that kind of went good for the side of the mice right here, simply because with that consecutive freezes, they were able to have some space to push that cheese here.
Yeah, Zay, you talked about how he's really focusing on maybe dispatching the Devil Jerry first. And he really wants to just get rid of the mobility coming from Devil Jerry here. Doesn't want to deal with the teleportation antics. But right now, he seems to be struggling to find any of the mice right now. Did hit one invisible with a bullet, but can actually find him
Mm-hmm.
in time to a rocket? I don't think so.
All right, so Bruce is already wide awake here, was stunned into the kitchen area. Let's see though. Okay, so they were able to push down the other cheese into the other area. They only need one more before we proceed to the escaping phase. Oh,
Yeah, behind seem to be, speed running through this dispatch phase, just making sure that they get all the wedges of cheese in very, very quickly as Topsy is blinded right now by Detective Jerry.
oh, but was taken by Bruce right here and for the throw again, stunning him down. And this leaves our mice to go into the escaping phase. Now they are really topsy-turvy, proceeding into that crack. And the mice being ahead of their tails was going for that destroying of the crack right here. But Topsy, really fast on his knees, was able to go there. But look at that. They were able to get that strength bump. And, just keeping Topsy in place while they destroy the crack.
Yeah, and this is gonna be very, very difficult for Topsy to actually stop the mice here. It's 4-on-1. Seems like he will be struggling to keep the mice from escaping this round. It's just a matter of time, really, before behind are able to escape here.
Okay, with the little HP that the crack has here, more like, that it's gonna be close to being destroyed. Just really playing around, just alternating themselves to and fro, and just throwing that ping pong ball here. And Topsy's route is to basically just go back and forth into the area. But okay, this is going to leave them into actually go for the escape, and this is gonna be a nice win.
Yeah, great job there by the mice. Just really able to find all of the cheese on the map and just push it through and eventually escape. Seems like Topsy struggling really to get any dispatches there on the board. There were a few catches there on the Devil Jerry, but in the end his teammates were always able to get him out of harm's way, able to save him. So another victory here for the mice, and behind carrying the momentum from their cat round into their mouse round. So yeah, great job here so far from behind.
And I think with this being said, Chisto, I think this is going to be a lead score for them. And stats speaks for themselves. Look at that magician Jerry doing a lot of cheese contribution here, 100%. But Detective Jerry is on this way as well. And with this, the score points gonna be speaking for themselves, as team behind will be garnering up some 9 points up on their sleeve, and they will be proceeding into the upper bracket.
Yeah, it seems like behind with that best of 3 win, again, like you mentioned, we'll be moving forward here in our upper bracket, exactly where their team wants to be. So really great start for them, really good stuff shown as well. And I think a lot of the teams right now can see here how important momentum is. If you are able to start off and get a victory, whether it's a mouse round or a cat round, it really just carries over to the rest of the group. So yeah, I'm super happy to see that victory coming out from behind, and let's see whether or not Joyful can make some adjustments, especially in the lower bracket.
Yes, I mean, they still have that chance to, get back up into our ranks, if ever so that they were able to, like you mentioned, make some adjustments, not just basically onto the roster of mice and cats that they are choosing, but at the same time, I think on how fast paced they could execute themselves into our game. So that is one of the things that they have to consider here. But of course, with that being said, that will be the conclusion of our first match of the day. Later on, we will be proceeding on to the next one.
Yeah, still have a lot of matches to be played for the rest of the evening, but yeah, you were talking about the pace, and really it felt like, some teams, whenever they are able to get one wedge of cheese, and it seems like it just follows through for the rest of the others. It feels like after one, it's the second, the third, the fourth, it's all just really quickly pushed through the hole in a row. So yeah, I feel like a lot of teams want to go for that setup.
And yeah, like of course in any other game, the momentum really kind of gives you that advantage or disadvantage, especially on depending on how you are going to play that out. So for this specific match, behind just really left our opponent team behind the charts, and really paved their way into securing their spot in the upper brackets.
Yeah, exactly where they want to be, like I mentioned earlier. But we will be heading into our, I believe, second best of 3 here in Group A very shortly.
Yes, I think later on the respective groups who are going to be who will be battling out rather, is going to be previewed to us in a matter of time. So yeah, just really looking at these gameplays, the guy kind of really remembers some episodes actually of the cartoon.
Any particular ones come to mind?
Basically the ones wherein Tom kind of gets and really swallows up some concoctions to really boost him up, which is really evident here in our game. To really boost yourself and go for some invisibility.
Tom always has his elaborate plan on how he's gonna, I don't know. So, sometimes I feel like he's just really trying to grab his attention. Yeah, maybe, get a conversation here and there.
True. But again, guys, to those who are currently watching the stream, go on to the comment section, guys. Don't forget, if you want to join into the fun, this game is available onto the App Store and Google Play. We have some prizes in store for you into the comment sections. All you have to do is, of course, download the game. Next thing that you have to proceed to the website and log in your username and as well as the code that is going to be given onto the comment sections. After that, when you have exchanged the...
Yeah, very easy to get those freebies as well,
Indeed.
It's super easy. You just need to download the game, try it out.
Yeah, me too, because, if you're going to look at my phone here, I've also downloaded the game. So, yeah, let's play too. I wanna be in the position of Jerry this time to see how I am going to actually escape the cat. But what's really exciting here is we are going to be seeing the MVP of our game, which is going to be the magician Jerry from earlier from Team Behind. It's going to be DH. Look at that average score of 2,267 with that cheese contribution of 130%. And of course, the damage is going to be 181. All right. So with that being said, you know, later in a bit, we will be seeing the highlights of our video. But you know what, guys? It's not just, you know, with that codes giveaway into the comment section. We are also having a lucky draw here. So later in a bit, there will be the instructions on how you guys are going to plan it out. But for now, guys, before we head on to the second round of our games, we will be heading on to a quick break. So you guys don't go anywhere.
And welcome back, guys, to the Top Clans 2020 SEA Invitational for Tom and Jerry Chase. Of course, we're gonna be your commentators. My name is Chiso. Alongside me, Saya, and we just concluded Game One from Group A. We're heading over to Group B this time, and I'm excited for this one. How about you?
Very excited because during our first round, we are already, having some childhood feels and also the action within it. I mean, at first I wouldn't ever thought that, oh, there's a tournament feel here, but looking here right now, we have it. And actually, I'm really honored to really commentate this exciting event. If I'm not mistaken, this is going to be the debut tournament of this game. So what are you guys waiting for? Go on to that App Store and Google Play to download this game. We have some prizes in store for you into the live stream. So all you have to do is go on there and follow the instructions onto the pinned comments. Go onto the website, exchange the code, log into the game, and there you go.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure some of the people have already won some of the freebies that they have been giving away. So make sure to tune into the stream and check out the comments. Check out a pinned comment as well for more details on that. But yeah, super hyped to see the second game. And, just coming off of the first one, already a lot of strategies, a lot of different characters popping up. We see a lot of people really going for that Detective Jerry. I feel like he's one of the more popular characters at the moment. But let's talk real quick here about the team overview for PIU Clan. See one of the players here only going for that King Jerry.
Yeah, and looking here, Tootsie, if I'm not mistaken, if that's her name, is Toodles Tootsie. I kind of forgot. Man, my childhood. Anyway, that is something new onto our board. Usually you get to see Butch or Lightning or sometimes Topsy, but using this feline, very interesting. I would love to see if this feline here is going to be into our game for later. But yeah, as you mentioned, Detective Jerry is going to be the majority pick for Team PIU Clan here as well. It's really necessary because Detective Jerry not just really slows down the cap, but at the same time actually gives stealth to your allies. So that is one of the helpful assets or helpful skills that you can actually give to your allies.
Yeah, and here on the opposite side, of course, facing off against PIU Clan, it is RMF. And again, a lot of similarity in terms of what characters they actually, bring out. A lot of these guys will be bringing out those Detective Jerrys, and we keep stressing how important it is to any team that is playing that mouse round, just because of the mechanics that he does have, able to turn invisible and get your team a lot of information in terms of what the cat's position is, and get a lot of these saves and escapes as well with his smokes.
Indeed. And we will be heading on to our first match, first half within shortly. We just have to just wait for our teams to get prepared and set up their footing. But by now, guys, it's still pretty interesting, similar I guess to our match number one, which is this game is basically momentum based. So we gotta see on who gets to be more faster here into our game.
Yeah, very important as well, to get that momentum very early on, especially since, you're, for example, you're playing cat first round and your other teammates are just watching. It's very important for you to maybe get a couple of dispatches in here and just really set the tone for your team as the best of three moves forward. You see the picks come out right now. We are going to be heading over to Classic House. That will be the map for this first game between PIU Clan and RMF. And again, a lot of Jerry's coming out here.
Interesting picks coming from our mice here, getting that Detective Jerry and to aid it with the Robin Hood Jerry. It all just means that they are gonna go for a more agile gameplay here and a stealthy one as well, since Robin Hood Jerry can give you the double jumps into the terrain, so that could really give you some gap whenever you're jumping into one place to another. But you know what? Let's see if that would be executed pretty well as we head on to our second round, first half of our game between PIU Clan and RMM.
Yeah, very important patrol phase right now here, Sarah, because both sides really just trying to scout out the area, know where all of the wedges of cheese are, and for the cat right now, as we're seeing on the screen, it's gonna be very important for him to set up those mouse traps. Try and catch out as many of these mice as possible.
So he was going to light up those dynamites right here and set a mouse trap into the nearby mouse hole. So, off to the vents he go, and I think he is gonna close in his gap onto that robot mice in the vicinity. Will be taking one hit and takes down that robot mice.
Yeah, nicely played there, but here we go. Into the dispatch phase we go. Can Tom actually dispatch the mice here? He is invisible at the moment, so we'll have a advantage here.
Okay, so he is heading onto the patio area here, but of course, he may want to get some of that HP and XP as well. So I think he's gonna put in some traps here into the nearby hole in a bit, but I think he's gonna go off for the chase.
Alright, still hasn't found any of the mice here, really. Trying to whack things with a spatula. And I'm seeing a lot of the Jerry's here already picking up their wedges of cheese, but really not putting them near the holes just yet.
Very nice save for the Robin Hood Jerry over there. Okay, there is your owner over here, so you might want to evade that out, which was successfully done by Jerry here. And going back into our game, he is transitioning himself onto the stairs area. I think destroying the door so that there would be less options for the mouse to utilize. And going here, he spots out the Devil Jerry. Might be onto his footing right now. Was able to whack it out with that spatula and takes him down. Was able to get him and closes that door so that it's going to give him some ample time to get into the rocket chair.
Yeah, and that's the first, let's say, knockdown here for Tom here in the dispatch phase. Did tie him up to a rocket, which is pretty separated from the rest of the Jerrys here, as King Jerry might try to go for a save here. Alright, gonna rescue Devil Jerry for the moment, but Tom's still hot on his tail.
Okay, went outside of the patio right here and took the shape of that drainage right there. So he has to wait for some ample amount of time before he gets back into his original shape. So he is able to get the Devil Jerry in the process. So off to the chair he goes. He is in a slight distance away from the other mice, but I think this is also a good deal since the other mice is really working on pushing the other cheese.
One of the mice here is on a rocket, so let's see. He's working on catching Robin and Jerry here. Does successfully catch him. Gonna tie him up here onto the rocket.
Alright, plus a sticker to boot. Alright, there as well. So again, going back into the patio area, they were able to go for the save. But I think the priority here is once again the Devil Jerry, since he was the one who was rocketed chair first. And off to the roof they go. They might be transitioning into the bedroom area. So like as stated, he is gonna focus on the Devil Jerry, but was whacked down by his owner. So again, some kiting abilities for Jerry here. Pretty commendable.
Yeah, and even if Tom hasn't, dispatched any of the mice here, the fact that he already has two of them fairly injured means that he might be able to dispatch them a lot easier in the future. So right now, Devil Jerry once again that is gonna be caught out by Tom here. Should be able to tie him up to a rocket real quick. There you go.
Okay. So down to the 20 seconds we go for Devil Jerry to be saved. So King Jerry is in the vicinity with a dynamite and was able to stun down the Tom here. Wasn't able to save Devil Jerry though in the process, but okay, the others are already there. Potential save. King Jerry is able to go and save Devil Jerry here, and again the priority will most likely be Devil Jerry once again.
You know, with that time being bought there by the rescues, I feel like the mice here have a decent chance of getting to find the crack and escaping. Let's see, Tom now not gonna run into Bruce yet. Just shut the door behind him. Let's see.
The wall crack
Chasing
is
down King
here
Jerry.
to stop the mice from escaping.
Alright, so we are now heading into the escaping phase right here. So Tom has to be very quick up his knees. He was able to get King Jerry though, but this is going to be an opportunity for the other mice to destroy the crack.
Yeah, if I were the mice right now, I just run through the crack and just try to break it open, knowing that the cat is nowhere near it at all.
Oh, and the save is gonna happen here. You know, really saving his comrade. I think they are gonna go for potential four-man escape, four mice escape rather here. So while they are busy destroying the crack, the others are just kiting the night away here.
And I think Tom right now is desperate really to just catch out any of these mice. Is that a bubble now? Let's see, a few more hits onto the crack will allow the mice to escape right now.
Yeah, and yeah, they can go for the escape. And with that being said, Chisto, that is going to be a win for our mice.
Yeah, again, the mice able to escape and very quickly as well. You know, I feel like some of those times that I feel like a lot of the rescues really helped the mice there. In terms of how quickly they were able to get the cheese in, and you know, Devil Jerry doing a lot of work just kiting around and really delaying Tom from really stopping any of the other mice from pushing the cheese in. You know, even though Devil Jerry was tied to a rocket multiple times, a lot of his teammates were just ready to save him. You know, see there, King Jerry with those 3 saves, very crucial here in giving the mice their victory, and good momentum for PU Clan to start off this best of 3.
Indeed, and what's good about it is that while they are going in for the chase, the other mice really didn't, you know, waste some time and focused on actually getting the cheese. And when it was time for just, you know, going to destroy the crack, they just really did their part, and both King Jerry and Devil Jerry was just there to distract him and alternating themselves from getting hit and being seated onto the rocket chair. But you know, this is not yet over for Team RMF. They still have a chance to go for a third match, but still, depending on the momentum, because so far, Team PIU Clan has the upper hand.
Yeah, and again, still excellent teamwork there coming from I should say PIU Clan, because of, you know, how quickly they were able to find, you know, the crack and escape there. You know, most of the other teams, they take more than 5 minutes. That time around, we weren't even halfway through this patch round before the crack in the wall exposed itself. So yeah, let's see whether or not that will carry over to their cat round here, whether or not they can keep the ball rolling and just keep that momentum heading into game 2.
Indeed. So, as of course, the usual routine for our first round, that we will be heading into our second phase, which is switcheroos. This time, PIU Clan is going to be onto the cat side and RMF onto the mice. So this is a good opportunity for Team RMF to actually gather some points for themselves.
Yeah, and you know, I'm looking at, you know, the characters right now, and I want to see a lot more diversity. I want to see more of the characters pop up here throughout the tournament, because we're seeing a lot of similar, you know, picks come out from these players, and it seems like, you know, I respect that they're going for what's comfortable, but yeah, it's just mostly been Detective Jerry throughout the tournament. So I wonder whether or not that trend will continue for them.
Yeah, also with the Magician and the Robin Hood Jerry as well. So it's pretty interesting. But yeah, we also have to consider that there were other mice that were utilized earlier, like the Musketeer, Jerry, and Tuffy. And although I wasn't able to see the other mice, however. And yeah, like what you said, it's pretty interesting though if they were able to just mix and match some other mice compositions here. Because yeah, it's already a given that both Detective and the Magician are pretty much of a good use. But it's not, maybe it's very interesting to see if we see something out of the ordinary.
Yeah, of course, they're sticking to what's strong and what's effective, and they have proven so far that they're very, very effective in terms of what they bring to the team as far as the invisibility, the mobility as well, coming out from these mice, just really allowing their team so much time to get all of these wedges in and just kite around from Tom trying to catch them all day.
So in a bit, we will be heading on to our picking phase. Let's see if Toodles is going to be chosen, the feline, the female cat here. Because it's pretty interesting. If ever I or we will be able to see the feline cat, but I think they will be sticking into their stones or either pick the one of the main cats that are available to use. So maybe because of preference, but either way, let's see.
Yeah, I'm looking right now at the abilities
What's the name?
of. It's actually Toodle. It's Toodles.
Ah, Toodle. Oh, so I was right. It was Toodles.
Yeah, I'm checking out the abilities, and these seem to be very interesting ones. Especially going up against the mice here, because eventually it's gonna come to a point where if you are hit by one of the abilities from Toodles, the mice just can't use any of their skills.
Oh, but I think we're not gonna be able to see some Toodles here because we are still sticking to the casual Tom. And yeah, like what you said, Detective Jerry is still gonna be here, of course, with the Magician, Musketeer Tuffy, and Musketeer Jerry as well. So we won't be seeing any Robin Hood here this time, but pretty consistent on the Detective and the Magician picks here.
Yeah, very interesting skin choice as well from where Tom just pulling a dog. Yeah, just picking up that dog mask, putting it over his head. It's not actually a cat in this case, but yeah, super excited to see how this one will pan out. We haven't seen many Musketeer Jerrys come out so far today, so this should be a fun one. We are seeing Musketeer Tuffy as well to replace what I think is the King Jerry. Both of those really acting as a good, mouse
utility.
To go, just go straight up against them because of the fact that they can protect themselves with their abilities. So yeah, heading right into the patrol phase here. It's actually it's a dog.
Alright. So early spot on with the cheese right there at the same time with the robot mouse.
I love that this guy is coming out from Tom right now.
Maybe, who knows? Maybe it's gonna be effective onto the master, which is available there. See, he's not kicking her. He's not sweeping him off. Maybe the costume works, right?
I'm so amused by the expressionless dog. My God. Hasn't caught out any of the robot mice yet, though. So not winning in that regard, but
okay. So again, pretty disparate for both for our mice right here. So they was able to get a zoom out, a grasp of the map. Okay, so alright, so a robot mice was able to spot that cheese onto the patio area, and now it's time for the dispatch phase.
Alright, so mice will have 10 minutes here to try and get the cheese to the hole, as Humzolo already gonna get one of the cheese wedges near mouse hole.
Alright, this is pretty interesting. Okay, so I like it that he is guarding the living room area here, but it kind of gives more space to those who are in the attic to basically push the cheese into the mouse hole. So there are no mouse in the area except for Detective Jerry and Magician, which are on the patio area. So yeah, buffing him up here. Let's see how things are gonna play out.
He's gonna make his way to the patio here, like you mentioned. Gonna find one of the mice here who is gonna drop the wedge of cheese there near the rocket. Detective Jerry trying to make his escape here. Seems like he will be able to do so.
All right. They are all crowded here into the bedroom area. So I think the mice have a little bit of an information on where the other cheese are located at. So I like it how the magician quickly transitioned himself into the living room to push that cheese and was able to spot out. However, Tom here is gonna go ahead and capture Musketeer Tuffy and proceed to the rocket chair, which is available in the attic area.
Yeah, and with this catch here, I feel like this could be big if he is able to dispatch Musketeer Tuffy, because Tuffy's really effective, at just heading straight at Tom here, using that helmet to go head on, but he will be rescued almost instantly there by his teammate. Instantly gonna get knocked down again though.
Okay, so he still was able to go and secure Tuffy here, but the others are still making their way into getting the cheese and putting it into the mouse hole. So he's basically just camping here for a secure dispatch, which I can't blame him for doing that. But the thing is, it's just gonna make things easier for the other mouse to move around the area, and of course the save is there as well.
Good rescue there coming out from Musketeer, but no, again, he's going to be able to catch out Tuffy. Let's see. Alright. Can he make the rescue? 10 seconds. Oh no, he's gonna catch him again.
From the rocket. The mice have pushed 2 wedges of cheese through.
Alright, so everything is happening very simultaneously here. So this time it's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Tuffy may be dispatched this time around, but going back here, we only need 2 more cheese for them to actually go into the escaping phase. So let's see how things would turn out. Tom was able to dispatch 1 though, so this is looking slightly good for him.
Yeah, I feel like that dispatch for Tom was pretty huge here. Considering that there's 2 more wedges that they need to pursue. He's now chasing the other injured mouse here, which is Musketeer Jerry.
Oh, alright. So that was a little, like when you mentioned it. Yeah, it was a big, huge factor for Tom to actually get that dispatch, because it's gonna narrow his options into getting more mice up on his sleeves.
All right, the mice here though, with still a lot of time to work with. They are gonna rescue the rocketed mouse right now. They only need 1 wedge here in order to start escaping, so Tom needs to pick up the pace.
Oh!
Never seen that before.
Unfortunately, he got exploded by his own trap. He did set the dynamites on fire, but he was in the vicinity. Hence the reason why he went boom.
Oh man, you're gonna see through the mask. Dog
Maybe
mask.
so.
All right. He's trying to get his bearings after getting blown up. Did find the wedge of cheese though. It should roll down the stairs here.
Okay, so I think that this just leaves, some kiting capabilities for the mice, so that the magician may have some space for him to actually push the final cheese into the mouse hole. But how is that possible if ever the mouse hole is near the area, as well as they are gonna try to go for the save here for Musketeer Jerry. Oh, Detective Jerry, rather.
I wonder how well he can play defense here, because the more dispatches he gets here, the more points he will be able to score here. But with that rescue, seems like he's gonna come right
Ooh.
back at it. Snatches Detective Jerry, or I should say Musketeer Jerry here.
He was able to dispatch Detective Jerry, and right now we are seeing that Musketeer Jerry is onto the rocket chair right now. So while the rabbit of Magician Jerry is on the works on actually pushing that cheese, oh, we see now that he was able to rapidly go away from Bruce. That kind of saves him that time to be stunned. Ooh, that was a very nice sidestepping coming from Waffles here, just playing around the area. So he was able to buy some time for
Oh,
that
no.
crack to be exposed.
Okay, so does Detective Jerry have enough time? Actually, no, Magician Jerry. Does he have enough time to break the crack? I don't think he does.
He will. He might be going for the
save.
save at this point.
He needs to. He has to. That might be it.
Yes. Oh,
And
very
with that,
interesting.
with that third dispatch, Cats are gonna win, and that means PIU clan will be dominating our first game there. Wow. Really, really
Wow.
nicely done.
Take note, it's the OG Tom in the hands of PIU Miji right over here. You know, he really demonstrated well on how things will work here. And yeah, like what you mentioned, I think the game changer for Miji right here was the first dispatch that he had, because it kind of like narrowed down the options of him focusing on one mouse to another, which kind of like shaken up the initial strategy of RMF right there.
Yeah, and with that, seems like PU clan are gonna be going up 1-0 here in our best of 3 with a pretty dominant game 1. Really not giving any points as well to RMF. So heading into the next one, let's see what adjustments RMF can make here up against PU clan. Because again, going back, I think getting the Musketeer Toffee off early on was a very big help here for the cat, because you know I feel like Musketeer Toffee is one of those mice that are very, very effective in terms of helping your teammates get rescued. Using that helmet just gives him extra protection, so he's not going to be afraid of approaching the cat at any time.
Indeed. And of course, with that being said, let's see though if Team RMF still has the chance to force it into a third match, or will PIU just really secure themselves with good enough points to proceed and really secure their slot into the upper brackets. So that is what we have to consider and see. And again, guys, to those who are watching the stream, go on and download this awesome game. Some childhood feels here and there, available at the Play Store and App Store rather, and Google Play. And with the instructions, guys, on how to redeem the goodies that we have, it is indicated onto the pinned comments. So go ahead, guys, check it out. Go onto the website and lock in that code, which is given as well, into the comment section. Log into the game, and there you go. You have your prizes in store.
Yeah, very easy for all of you guys watching and expecting prizes to claim it. But I want to talk real quick about RMF and what adjustments they can make. I feel like Musketeer Jerry might need to change for their side, because they didn't really feel like he had that big of an impact. And he does deal high damage. He can hit Tom for quite a lot, but I feel like in terms of what utility he brings to the rest of the other mice, I feel like there are just some other options that could be better. Maybe bring out something like a Pirate Jerry, or maybe
King
Devil
Jerry.
Jerry or maybe King Jerry as well, for the extra protection. But I feel like they need to change up and just maybe swap out their Musketeer Jerry for the next one.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it wasn't really much of effective, even though that there is some utilities up on his kit that could damage a Tom, but it wasn't pretty well executed into our first half. So yeah, I feel like this also like answers the question into why we have a similar trend of having Detective Jerry, Robin Hood Jerry, and sometimes even Devil Jerry to boot into our previous matches, simply because other than comfort, it kind of really complements the overall composition, especially when they are opting for either decay or going into pushing the chief.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like at some point you need to consider bringing in more utility instead of damage here, because even though Musketeer Jerry can hit pretty hard, it's gonna be difficult to dish out that damage when you are already a mouse down. So maybe getting something that can be more effective in terms of kiting or rescuing your teammates will be a lot more helpful here for RMF in our second game of the best of 3.
Indeed. So yeah, like really, they really need to like adjust in terms of their pickings here. For the side of the cat area, since it was an OG Tom or classic Tom who was able to get that beautiful dispatches earlier, I think it's just a matter of them really shaking up the game into picking a different, which is what we're gonna see right now. Lightning will be the one to be hovered this time. And yeah, as stated, like what we both said earlier, Cheesto, Detective, King Jerry, Devil Jerry, and Robin Hood Jerry is going to be on the map since Magician Jerry was banned out.
Yeah, so really interesting right now that we see Robin Hood Jerry push through. Of course, one of the more mobile Jerrys here, with his double jump. But I feel like Lightning as a cat still has enough mobility to match that. He's one of the fastest cats that you can bring out. And we have already seen Lightning earlier today, and he has been very, very effective in terms of in the win column. I believe he's 100% in all of the rounds that we've seen him so far. So already looking good here for RMF. Maybe this time around they can bounce back here, but PIU clan still looking very, very strong. As we are gonna hop into the patrol phase. The mice robot's gonna come out here to scout out the rest of this cruise ship.
Yep. And yeah, like what you said, since there are agile both cat and mouse here into our playing field, it's highly unlikely that Lightning will be targeting Robin Hood Jerry anytime soon, and will be focusing on the more fundamental mouse, like the Detective Jerry or the Devil Jerry, and we'll be trying to prioritize that in terms of dispatch. So right now we are seeing that he was able to take down one. Oh no, actually setting up some traps here near the captain's quarters, and was able to spot one robot mouse here just playing along the field. Let's see if he is gonna go for that whack right there.
It's very interesting to me. I'm seeing a lot of the teams be very patient when bringing out their, mice robots here. I noticed that only 1 or 2 come out early, and once they've spotted out the cat is, then they can, decide where the others will pop out, so that there's less chances of them getting destroyed. But we will hop into dispatch phase right now.
Yes, indeed. And like coupled up together, the 3 mice here onto the deck area was able to spot some cheese. And I think the best plan here is to just go for some kite to and fro. And Lightning, already aware of this, is going to be on the tails of King Jerry. Let's see if he will be go for the hit. Ooh, was able to be dodged by King Jerry here with utilizing the floaties and the terrains back here.
Alright, King Jerry making full use of his defensive tools here.
Mm-hmm. But if I'm not mistaken, he was captured. Oh, okay, he wasn't captured yet. But, okay, Lightning here is gonna go back onto the deck area, get some milk to regain some of his HP back, and I like it though how he is guarding this area, since the cheese is initially pushed through with it. So him preventing that is kind of gives him some plus points. But at the same time, on the ladder, it gives Devil Jerry the space to go for the push.
Oh no, he caught him. Gives him the thumbs up as well.
Yeah.
Alright, so Detective Jerry right now gonna be tied up here on the rocket in the dining room. Devil Jerry's in the area to try and rescue his.
Ooh, nice freeze coming from Devil Jerry, and we'll be going for the save, utilizing that fountain area and the ice cubes to bet. And now he was stunned, however, and they were able to push one cheese in the long run.
Yeah, look at what that did. They knew that Lightning was in the dining room, so Captain's quarter is clear. Just push in the wedge of cheese there. Great play here coming out from the mice.
Mm-hmm.
Lightning, he is mobile, but he isn't catching any mice right now. Hasn't spotted any of them at the moment.
Yes, and I agree with you on that. And in terms of how they place themselves here, I think PIU clan is going on a different strategy. Usually you would want to disperse, but this time they are crowded together. I think they're gonna go, three mice up, three mouse up, lightning over here, and one will just go for the pushes of the cheese. So this is also a very interesting strategy. But on the long run, though, we see that Lightning was able to capture Detective Jerry once again.
Gonna tie him up on the rocket on the deck here, but again, they know where Lightning is, and they know that they can push the wedge of cheese on the opposite side here, but he is getting a couple of hits here onto the mice, reducing their HP. Has caught one of them once more. Two mice now onto rockets as one of them gets rescued. Things are quickly speeding up here.
Alright, so trying to go and focus on King Jerry right here, but King Jerry was able to buy some time for the teammates. Oh, and look at that. They were able to block his vision right here. And in a moment, they might be going for the save, but I think it is also a good thing that they are focusing to push the cheese. But, the mouse hole is kind of near the vicinity, so I like it how Lightning is just really transitioning himself from one post to another.
Yeah, he really wants to get King Jerry out of this game, get that dispatch, get some points on the board. 18 seconds left here. Let's see whether or not he can. And they get the rescue though. Oh, they successfully do so.
Very sneaky rescue there coming from, if I'm not mistaken, that was Robin Hood Jerry. But again, going back, he was able to get King Jerry again into the rocket chair. He really wants that King Jerry out of the board, but you know what? This may be a good opportunity for the save coming in again, since Devil Jerry here is just really kiting his way off on the board. But he was captured in the long run, but looking back here, that was a fairly good enough trade. They were able to save King Jerry, so but you know what? It kind of starts to narrow down, and look at that.
Wow, excellent save there. Nice rescue coming out, but with this, I think he will be able to dispatch one of the mice here. If he's able to protect that rocket, as the third wedge of cheese will push through here, SEA.
Yeah,
Man,
indeed.
PIU Clan have done a great job of rescuing their teammates whenever they are in trouble.
Oh, there he goes again, King Jerry with his abilities, and Lightning failed to actually go and stun the members. But you know what? Devil Jerry once again will be captured, but this is going to give them enough time to push for one more cheese, and all they need to do now is one more to go to the escape phase. And looking here, making his way to Devil Jerry, was able to rescue him down into the vent, pipes rather. Let's see if he is going to catch Devil Jerry onto the top area of our map. Okay, teleports him, but Devil Jerry just really kiting his way into the edges of the cruise ship. So this is gonna give an ample time for the other mice to go for the push of the cheese. But up to what extent? Because Devil Jerry can still struggle, but was able to get that rocket chair.
So will Devil Jerry's strategy there of buying time be worth it for his team? Here we go, final phase. Crack has shown. Now it's up to Lightning to defend it. Can the mice get away?
He was able to capture Robin Hood Jerry there, and he is going to sit him down into rocket chair. But yeah, I like it how they kind of like alternate themselves. Okay, sure, he is captured, but we are there in the area to destroy the crack with a bunch of HP bar left. But again, there was, and I think if I'm not mistaken, he was able to take down one. And looking here though, still continuing to destroy the crack here.
He did get one dispatch down though, so that will delay the mice from breaking open the crack here. He's gonna tie one of them to a rocket right now. Let's see whether or not he can defend it. Not quite.
Okay, so this is getting pretty busy. They want to go all out to go for the three mouse escape, and with that, it's going to be a mice win. And if I'm not mistaken, it is on the side of PIU clan.
Yeah, PIU clan once more picking up a victory there, this time on the mouse round. So RMF not able to, build as much momentum there as they would have wanted to, but man, the mice again able to escape despite one of them going down. So interesting first game there. Let's see how RMF is going to adjust for their mouse round, because PIU clan looked very, very good on their cat round. Let's see how game 2 will pan out. Definitely still a close best of 3 between these two teams.
And yeah, like what we said, the adjustment in terms, or the pickings rather, for the mice, it was demonstrated right now by PIU clan that sure, the musketeer Jerry wasn't really of good use for the side of RMF earlier, so this was a better, let's say, picking in terms of the mice area. And you just saw earlier how King Jerry was becoming of a nuisance to Lightning earlier, especially when he was trying to save Devil Jerry and the others as well.
Yeah, and Seiya, I think with that Detective Jerry game, we're really showing, how strong in the meta, Detective Jerry is, how effective he is as well. Just seeing the invisibility come out, the amount of information he gives his team, and those smoke bombs really hindering the cats whenever they get hit by that, just blurs out their entire screen. It's very difficult for them to actually navigate around the map once you get hit by that one. So Detective Jerry is still definitely one of the strongest characters to have on your mouse squad.
Yep. And yeah, I think basically that answers the question why the rosters of our mice really clings onto the Detective Jerry really strong. And if you're gonna really aid it with utility mouse, which is I guess Robin Hood Jerry and King Jerry, you really are gonna see some effects right there. And the same thing with Magician Jerry as well. If you notice that usually Detective Jerry is being paired up by either of the three, simply because of they kind of complement with each other. And yeah, it kind of, PIU clan just basically demonstrated how effective these mice pickings are.
Yeah, especially at the competitive level of play, you gotta get that good balance of characters on your lineup. You want to have a couple of mice that can, go head on with their defensive tools. For example, like King Jerry or Musketeer Tuffy, just run straight at Tom and not have any fear of getting hit. And you want to have, a couple of mice that are just experts at moving around there, such as Robin Hood and Detective Jerry, as we are going to see Miji once more with probably my favorite skin in the game. Oh, please go back to the dog mask.
I guess he's not gonna go back there. I think he wants to go for the groove. And going here with the pickings of Team RMF, Pirate Jerry, Detective Jerry, Magician Jerry, and King Jerry is going to be picked this time. So really nice pickings for both of our teams. But let's see if RMF is still going to snag up some points, or will PIU finally secure their spot?
We'll see. We'll just have to wait and see, definitely. But yeah, I like that they've already made the adjustments, because we were talking about how they could potentially, grab some points away here and maybe extend this best of series and not drop to our lower bracket. But Yeah, I'm liking what adjustments they have made so far, and as the night goes on, as we see more of these teams, come out and compete, it's very nice to see what kind of different strategies each of them have been coming out up with, because most of them have been coming out with these unique strategies despite the same characters. They all are playing these different styles.
Mm-hmm. And earlier, you did mention that they were pretty thrifty in terms of using the robot mice, but this time, for the RMF rather, they are going to actually utilize the robot mice through and through with our map right here. So they are gonna get some information to where the cheese are currently at.
So let's see here, Tom, just hanging out towards the bottom half of our map right now. Hasn't broken any of the robot mice though, so mice able to gather as much information still as they would have liked. 10 seconds in the dispatch phase.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, with that being said, is we are going to go in our dispatch phase very shortly. So, if I'm not mistaken, he wasn't able to take out at least a robot mice there, but it's gonna give. I think PIU Miji here is just really taking his time, since I think he has a vague idea on where the other cheese are at.
Alright, the mice are bunched up at the moment as some dynamite will blow up there. Unfortunately for Tom, he will lose a couple of HP. Does get hit
Ooh.
once again. Quite unlucky there for Miji.
The mice have pushed one wedge of cheese.
Okay, so they were able to get one cheese up their sleeve, but was able to go for the catch right now. And Bruce, well, that was a very close call for Miji back there, but with that stuns through and through, it's just giving some space to against RMF right here.
Alright, let's see what they're gonna do here as Tom trying to make his way up the stairs. Does put that mousetrap there over by the rocket, maybe setting up for one of the mice that he is about to catch. But so far, Miji not as hot as his initial game here. Hasn't dispatched any of the mice just yet.
Mm-hmm. But you know what? I think he has his eyes on the prize right here with our Jerry. If I'm saying, this is Detective Jerry, which is a nice prioritization in terms of the mice picking, since basically Detective Jerry is becoming some threat here with all throughout our game. So they are transitioning on to the top. Unfortunately, he was not able to spot Detective Jerry, who was onto the top side. So this kind of gave some time for the other mice to push that cheese onto the mouse hole.
So far, he really hasn't stopped the mice here. I think he's struggling to move around the map. It's a lot of ground for him to cover right now, SEA. And I'm starting to notice that every time he lands, the lights pop out. Is that the thing with his King of Pop skin?
Yes. That's like part of the skin of that for the Tom. Of course, he
It
would
doesn't
want
really
some
reveal
spotlights.
anything though, right?
It doesn't deal anything. I think it's just like an indicator on where he last jumped.
Alright. Let's see here. He still hasn't caught any of the mice, which is just very interesting to me right now, because really he seemed very, very comfortable in his cat round.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, going here, since Miji was not able to get some mice through and through, the fact that RMF is kind of close together is pretty difficult right here, since it's gonna give Miji some opportunity to at least get one mouse on his hands.
Alright,
Just
things
like that.
getting quite scrappy right now, and as you mentioned, it's finally he is able to catch out one of the mice here. Should be able to tie it up on one of the rockets.
Mm-hmm. And a very far end too of the deck right here, and Bruce is gonna be there. But luckily he wasn't able to spot out Tom right there, and Invisible King Jerry to the rocket for the potential save. Is there going to be a save right here? Oh no, he wasn't. Okay, so Bruce was able to get the Pirate Jerry up on his sleeves with the help of Bruce. He was stunned, however, but still, not being phased, was able to secure there. But look at that, the saving to and froze right here is just real on this one. And let's see if he is able to save it for the third time.
Yeah, and I think Miji is navigating this situation very, very well, considering that Bruce is just right up there guarding one of the rockets, but
Ooh!
he's gonna have more problems here. There's already a lot of wedges of cheese being pushed through. A lot of things going on right now, but
yeah,
would be able to tie this one up onto a rocket and dispatch it. That's the first dispatch there coming from Miji.
Alright, so that kind of secures another score for Miji right there. And initially I thought that he would still go for King Jerry. But yeah, it was nice priority that he focused first on Pirate Jerry since he was the one who was usually chaired during that time. So his vision was slightly blocked here with the help of the fog. So the crack is going to be destroyed anytime soon, but there's only one mouse near the area right there. So let's see. He was able to tear down the magician, but of course there will be a potential save by the teammates.
Okay, let's see whether or not he can defend this one, because if he is able to... Oh, wow, he's got him super low. They are gonna get the save though, but both of the mice are fairly injured. Can he find them? Can he tie them up to one of the rockets right now? Because the mice have 3 minutes to work with here. This is plenty of time for them to, break open the crack and potentially escape here.
Ooh.
He's gonna find his second patch. This one is going down to the wire. Let's see here. He is gonna hinder the mice's progress right now by quite a bit.
Indeed, and that's another dispatch off the bat. So this kind of like narrows down the options for our mice right here to actually go and destroy the crack. But you know what? Tom is just really on standby for the crack at this point. I think he's just gonna buy some time before that timer really depletes.
Alright, 2 minutes left here. Can he find the third dispatch to get that victory here? Of course, Pirate Jerry and Detective Jerry work their best here. Oh no, this might be the third one. This could be big for him if he is able to get Detective Jerry.
Oh, and he gets Detective Jerry on to our utility room, if I'm not mistaken, and actually places him in a far away rocket chair right here. So this is going to force I think the remaining one was actually Pirate Jerry. And okay, he was able to stun down Tom. Finally was able to go into the pipes. Let's see if he is able to hit down. Yes, he did hit down the Detective Jerry. Oh no, there is no rocket chair right there.
He's mad. Needs to find that rocket.
Okay, so right now, just really playing along with the map area and locking down Detective Jerry once again into the rocket chair. And this is kind of giving the Pirate Jerry a hard time, both saving and destroying the crack.
Yeah, but he needs to just really stick to Detective Jerry here. He knows that a couple more hits. Oh, he caught him again. That's huge. Just needs a time to a rocket.
So yeah, this is starting to go pretty well for Miji right here.
Oh, he gets hit by the coin once again from Pirate Jerry though. But no rescue yet, 20 seconds. It's gonna be very difficult for the mice to actually escape here with the amount of time remaining.
Oh, alright. He was not able to going up for the save, and I think the timer already ran out, and that was a win for PIUBG once again.
What what a close game there between Miji and the rest of the mice. The mice really did an amazing job there, getting all the way to just a few hits onto that crack, and they would have been able to escape. But Miji, even though the pressure was on him, still able to perform. See here, so many times he's able to knock out these mice, and I think what was really crucial for him there was the fact that he was able to take out King Jerry very early on. It really took out a lot of the defense coming from the mice, and with that, looks like PU Clan are going to be able to pick up a very quick 2-0 here in our best of 3, and we'll be moving forward in our upper bracket, exactly where you want to be in a double elimination. You don't want to be pressured, by being on that lower side of the bracket. So I just got to say, PU Clan looking very, very strong in the tournament so far. First team as well to pick up a 2-0. Really great performances all around, from the mouse rounds, from the cat rounds as well.
Yeah, and but still, for Team RMF, they still have a chance into our lower brackets, but they have to take note that this is going to be their last time in actually showcasing themselves, because the moment that they are eliminated twice, it's not gonna be good anymore, because unfortunately that kind of gives you across the board.
Yeah, and I'm just really happy to see a lot of these teams with this amazing, cat players just able to clutch out moments like that, even if the pressure is on them. Once all the wedges of cheese are pushed in, the job isn't over for the mice. They still need to escape, and I think in all the ensuing chaos, he was able to catch out a lot of the mice, tie them up to a lot of those rockets, and really just give himself a better chance, a higher chance of picking up those victories. So, a lot of these players going for the toms, going for those lightnings. I feel like we might see just a lot more of those two as the night moves forward. But man, we still have a lot of competition for everyone to watch here. And of course, we are going to be, giving some stuff away as well. But at first, you need to first step, you need to download the game, hop onto the App Store, hop onto Google Play, check out Tom and Jerry Chase, and, give it a quick download. First step to getting, some of the stuff that we are going to be giving off on stream.
Yeah, and you just simply follow the instructions that is indicated into the pinned comments. Go onto the website, exchange the code in it. Once you log into the game, you will have your freebies there, guys. So what you waiting for? This game is gonna give you your childhood feels. And like earlier, I did initially say that it's hard to be into the cat side, but I was just proven wrong right here. I mean, those two halves rather, was a very dominating fight for Miji right here, and this is going to be our MVP.
Yeah, well-deserved MVP here from Miji, of course. Very consistent with the cat rounds here for PIU Clan. Able to, pick up the victories. And yeah, now we see the MVP. We have to mention for our fans as well that we have this thing going on called the Lucky Draw, where if you are able to correctly predict who will come out on top between the two teams, you will be able to get some prizes from us if you are able to call it correctly.
Yep, and of course later we will be seeing some highlights of this prowess place of our respective teams, specifically for Team PIU Clan. But yeah, this is going to be once more your MVP. And once again, guys, like what Chisto said, we have this thing called the Lucky Draw, guys. We're in Chisto, correct me if I'm mistaken, but all they have to do is just guess or predict the team who is going to win so that they can win some awesome prizes, right?
Yeah, just need to predict correctly, and you have a very high chance. It's just 50-50. Pick one of the teams to win right now. But before we head into the rest of the matches, guys, we'll be taking a very quick break here. Of course, we're still going to be your commentators. My name is Shiso. Alongside me is Seiya. See you guys later after the break. And welcome back, guys, to Top Clans 2020 SEA Invitational for Tom and Jerry Chase. We are just about over the halfway point of tonight's competition. Of course, we're still going to be your commentators. My name is Chisto. Alongside me is Seiya. And across our first two matches, Seiya, it has just been a super exciting, match between the four teams that we just witnessed. And, I'm just ready to witness more.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, and speaking of witnessing more, the previous match earlier was a whopping 2-0 again, dominating into the cat side. So usually you'd see that it's mostly the mice who's supposed to like win it at times, but we're just really proven wrong and that anything could really happen. But this time we are heading on to our third round for this day, which is going to be Team Tuffy here with their respective lineups. And ooh, look at that! With the cat is going to be the classic Tom, and siding more onto the classic Jerry right here. But you know what? Still, the fundamentals are there with the detective and the Robin Hood Jerry alongside with Devil and Tuffy to boot.
Yeah, and I'm seeing these stats right now. These could be wild cards, knowing that some of these players, you don't really get to see what they, want to come out here. But on the other side here, it is Vayne Q. So pretty much the same in terms of what characters they play. I'm not seeing much Detective Jerry though on the side of Vayne Q, which has been incredibly good here so far. In the tournament. So yeah, I am excited to see both of these teams compete for our third best of 3 matchup of the evening.
Alright, so in a bit we will be heading onto our matches, but yeah, like what you've said, pretty similar comfortable picks right here, or preferred picks rather, onto both of our teams. So yeah, without further ado, let's head straight onto our picking phase with Vayne Q on the cat side and Tuffy on the mice side. So yeah, usual Musketeer Tuffy, Detective Jerry, Magician Jerry, and of course the Musketeer Jerry, which could have been better if it was, I think I would line on to King Jerry honestly, but maybe it's a matter of comfort.
I'm already scratching. I'm already, thinking about whether or not this Musketeer Jerry might work here. Because you've seen what it did do for the previous team that picked it. And unfortunately, it didn't exactly pull things, in their favor. But yeah, new team, new set of players might mean something different here. Especially for the side of Tuffy. So yeah, it seems like we are just gonna hop straight in to patrol phase here. Kitten, very appropriately named, already working on sabotaging a couple of stuff here, and just setting up, waiting for those mice robots to pop out.
And yeah, still, like what we said earlier, usually some other teams kind of like save the robot mouse, but this time they're kind of like spending it all and actually, simply dispersing themselves into different areas of our map. So this is an early pipe for Tom right here. So I think he was able to spot out or, spot out some mice over there into the area.
He is in the utility room, and I'm just gonna take the vent, go over here to the stairs. Does know where a couple of the wedges of cheese are here, so does have some information to work with. But see the strategy here from the mice. They're bringing a lot of the pieces of cheese out there to the patio.
Yeah, and here, as you mentioned, they are grouped together into the patio area. A lot of commitment is gonna be driven there, but there is not gonna be any cheese on site of that specific area. So I think they will be transitioning themselves into the bedroom area first, and I think just disperse for Magician to go to If I'm not mistaken, this is above the utility room.
Yeah, I
The
think what they're
dining room.
doing here is they know that Tom is invisible at the moment, so they're kind of grouped up so that he can't jump one of them who is isolated. Where he did catch out to one member that wasn't grouped with the rest of them, and he is gonna be bringing them very very far. As he will time Magician Jerry to the rocket here.
Yep, and here looks like they are going all for one right here as they try to save their shared comrade. So the pan is going to be used, but it's not gonna connect to any mouse right here. So he was, however, will be stunned in the process, and this is gonna block as well some of his vision here. This kind of leaves Atafi to go with the potential kite, whilst the other mice is gonna go for some cheese pushes.
Yeah, and you see there, say, how effective Toffee can actually be with his helmet. Just no fear, running straight at the cat, knowing he can rescue his ally. And they're starting to pick up their cheese now, slowly trying to push them to those to those holes.
And yeah, just simply put, right here, it looks like Tuffy was able to get some cheese, and if I'm not mistaken, this is the dining room area, so Tom is, going to proceed into still getting the mice that are here into the utility area. So I think the Musketeer Jerry is on his way to the attic to get that cheese too, while this kiting is happening here onto the bottom side of our map.
Alright, just gonna vent through here. Oh no, this might be tricky. Finally able to grab Musketeer Tuffy there, and this could be big if he is able to get this dispatch off. It might be difficult for him to actually get him off the map in this instance though. I think the mice do have ample time to try and rescue him. Actually, no, 20 seconds.
3 wedges of cheese through.
Let's see whether or not he can defend this, as 3 pieces of cheese are already pushed through here.
And so he is gonna float himself up above the attic area right here. So it's pretty interesting how the mice are just really clumped up together in one certain area. But at the same time, though, Detective Jerry really working his way into that wedge of cheese being pushed into the mouse hole. So that is still a pretty good call for them. But right now, Kitten was able to dispatch one mouse though.
And it's gonna be pretty big here for Kitten, since that is the Tuffy, so not gonna be able to roll at him with his helmet. Let's get another knockout there onto Musketeer Jerry. The Musketeer Jerry so far haven't really been having a fun day in this tournament. Let's see whether or not the detective can rescue him right now, as he'll just place a mousetrap there on top.
And yeah, like what you said, him, just actually placing, if I'm not mistaken, this is Musketeer Jerry in a far area, kind of like gives him a more breather, especially in terms of whether there are kind of like a mice trying to save him. Because yeah, he could just really alternate it, of course. Let's say this magician here trying to save the detective, sure. So he's just gonna whack one more and then, just alternately putting it. But, unfortunately, with the turn of events, the detective was able to escape. But, with the persistence of Kitten right here, still gets Detective Jerry, and again goes into the rocket chair. Oh, still floating up above the sky first.
Yeah, and with that, this will be a very difficult mountain to climb for the mice right now. 2 of them already being dispatched. It's gonna take a lot of work right now, Saya, from the mice to get this crack open.
Okay, so down the pipes he goes once again to the utility room. And, okay, was able to spot out Musketeer Jerry right here and the crack to boot. So that was a very nice combo in actually stunning down Musketeer Jerry. So again, another catch for Tom here. So he is going to light up the dynamites right here. Hopefully he's not in the vicinity when the timer runs out. So with this, I think they are utilizing the space here just to really kite away from Tom. So again, time is ticking here with the dynamite area. So this is going to be a potential save once more. So let's see if Tom is able to get the Musketeer Jerry once more. So the firework crate was exploding, and like what I said, he was in the area and, still was able to dispatch the mice, still went for that win.
Yeah, I think with the enraged Tom, he really wasn't phased by that explosion at all, even though it blew up in his screen. Still able to pick up the victory there. So again, another victory for the cat there, Kitten. And again, I mentioned he was appropriately named, is able to start off and pick up good momentum here for his team.
And yeah, stats speaks really for themselves right there. And that this is the similar trend that we see during our previous match, Chisto, that Musketeer Jerry wasn't really as effective as much since you guys already witnessed that he was the one being the priority target, despite the fact that his skills has some abilities to damage down Tom. So I think a great composition for that or a great alternative for that would be either King Jerry, honestly.
Yeah, again, the Musketeer Jerrys today have not been having such a great time going up against these cats. I mean, they have been struggling to rescue their allies over and over. It seems like the Toms have been picking on them quite a bit here. So heading into the next match, I wonder, will we see some more Musketeer Jerry? Because he seems to be a favorite among our players, but he just isn't, as effective as the other, as effective compared to what the other mice bring to the table.
So yeah, again, still some adjustments to improve, but this is going to be the second half of the first match, game number 3, if I'm not mistaken, between Tuffy and what do you call this? I kind of forgot the Thank you. There you go, and there you have it. So the thing is, so this time it's going to be Vainq on the mice area, and Tuffy onto the cat. So we just have to see if they are able to snag up some points, or will the other teams really secure another point for themselves here into the second half.
Yeah, potential chance here for Vainq to go up 1-0 in our best of 3 and knock their competition down to the lower bracket if they are able to pick up a good victory here on the mice round. I think it will carry over to the next game. Again, super momentum based here for a lot of these teams. Hyped to see how the next match between these two will go.
Indeed. And yeah, in a moment we will be heading on to the picking phase this time. But yeah, for now, guys, to those who are currently watching here, go ahead and download the game for you guys to win some prizes in store for you. All you have to do is just download it, available on the Google Play and the App Store, and just follow the instructions on the pinned comment section. Go onto the website that is indicated in there as well, exchange the code, log in the game, and there you have it.
Yeah, pretty easy to get the freebies. I'm sure a lot of the people watching already want to get theirs as well. And just I wonder, again, going back, I'm still thinking what kind of adjustments they might make, and I feel like they really don't get to make those mice adjustments up until the next game. It's gonna be up to their cat player to steal back some of the points that they did lose during the initial round.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's basically like a rally here on like the first team to actually snag up some points. So yeah, pretty interesting. And in terms of like the pickings, still similar to the with the previous matches that they have. Although they really have to consider not hovering up that Musketeer Jerry this time around, since it's pretty not really negating the skills of a Musketeer Jerry. It's just that there are more mouse that could have been a better option. So right here looks like they did listen to what we were talking about, and we won't be seeing any Musketeer Jerrys for this round.
And for the map, it is gonna be classic house here. I'm loving the amount of animations, going on with the skin choices. We get to see
Yeah, and I'm
classic
actually looking at
Jerry.
them right now.
Yeah, and we get to see classic Jerry here. I think it's a very well balanced, group of mice here for Vayne Q, since they do have, that Musketeer Tuffy that with no fear, you just slap the helmet on, you just run straight at Tom, and really there's nothing he can do to stop you from rescuing one of your teammates once you have that helmet on. So yeah, we might see them utilize that character in that manner here, as we're gonna see them start patrolling.
Yep, with the robot mice into the early seconds of our game, since this is the first phase, which is the patrolling phase. So they were able to discover some cheese. If I'm not mistaken, we are in the POV of the mouse, but this time we are going to transition onto the cat this time. And
Yeah, for the
just
first
like
time
that.
there,
Yeah.
we were seeing the POV of the mice, but seems like we are gonna be switching right back to what we've been seeing for majority of these patrol phases, just checking out what Tom wants to do. This
And yeah,
probably go for it.
yeah, I mean, like placing some buffs into the early patrolling phase is kind of essential because it kind of saves you the time come the dispatch time. So it's kind of understandable that Fair here kind of really focused on that aspect first.
Does have a sort of disco ball, effect here. Does turn invisible very, very early into the dispatch phase though, so he will definitely catch one of these mice at least off guard and allow him to get an early, tie to a rocket here. Let's see which one of the mice he will run into first.
So yeah, into the patio area is the detective Jerry. Magician Jerry is onto the living room, and Tom just transitioning himself into the stairs, grooving him up there, some tunes and throws. And the other two, however, is in the dining room, and I'm not sure if Tom is aware of this, but I think he's just looking for some more potions and concoctions that he could intake, which is the case right now. So right now we did witness that one from the attic was able to get some cheese, and off to the mouse holes rather they go.
The mice right now starting to work their way here with the wedges of cheese, starting to bring them closer and closer to these holes. Don't necessarily need to immediately bring them there, as there's that threat of Tom running at you. But looking at Detective Jerry on the south side, seems like Tom has caught his scent here. See what he can do.
And yeah, he will be drinking some milk right there to regenerate his HP, but was frozen inside. That was a very nice timing, since they were able to free up some space here. But let's see, was he able to? Yeah, he was able to deplete the HP of Magician there, but still onto the chase. The egg kind of slows it down, and the vision too, but still was not able to whack him out there.
Finally does grab him right now. Gives him the thumbs up as well. I wonder where he'll bring Magician right now. Remember, since it's Magician that has been caught out, Musketeer Tuffy, the mice can use him here to try and potentially save Magician from trouble right now. As you see, they're rotating him up towards the upper half of the map here, where they know that he is tied to.
Yeah, so which is going to be the case, since Musketeer Tuffy has this helmet that can really be tanky. So that it's you know, the main case that he's going to be the rescuer at this point. And you know, with all that fiasco happening, they were able to push another cheese off the bat and was able to save the magician 1-2. But let's see how Tom is going to react to this, and was incinerated to pieces here onto the staircase area.
You see how coordinated that was. It was almost instantly 3 pieces of cheese got through here for the mice, and there's still plenty of time for them to work with here, with about 6 minutes left here on the clock. Let's see.
Okay, so seeing it here right now, Tom is on his way to the dining room to where the other mice are at, trying to push this cheese into the mouse hole. But I think that apparently was the rabbit for the magician Jerry. So going back here, Tom is doing a pretty good job in just containing and preventing them from further pushing it through. But you know, they managed to make it through. They managed to make it work. And I think this is just a matter of a time wherein they just, you know, kite Tom here, while the other one just go for the push into the mouse hole.
Yeah, VainQ starting to run away with this one as Tom just gonna grab some buffs here, but it will allow the mice to push that final wedge of cheese in. Crack has been found. Let's see whether or not Tom can defend this.
Which is highly matter, because he was the first one to get into the crack. And of course, the mouse is going to force themselves into the area as well. So this is gonna give an opportunity for Tom to, you know, actually deplete their health and to catch them up. But you know, the thing is with the kiting abilities of the mouse, let's see, I think that was the Jerry, classic Jerry. The fact that he was able to kite, that kind of give the others to actually destroy the crack right there. Look at that. It's slowly starting to get destroyed at this point. And you know, I think that last 2 or 3 hits of this, and it's yeah, it's not yet destroyed. Almost. Okay, wow, that was a very nice defense coming from Tom right there. But yeah, with the trade, it's going to be a nice win.
Yeah, and you know, with that escape, I think VainQ will be running away with game 1 of our best of 3 here between VainQ and Tuffy. Just really building on their initial momentum from the cat round, and you know, some questions being asked now, some adjustments needing to be made by Tuffy, because you know, VainQ, they just look very, very, you know, cool with it, very coordinated as well with the pushes on the cheese. But yeah, very quick round there, only taking them 6 minutes to escape. Very nicely done here by VainQ on their mouse round.
And yeah, with that being said, you know, it's just a matter of time wherein we get to find out the scores that were gathered by both of our teams right here. And yeah, stats speaks for themselves. And I like it how they were able to, you know, alternate themselves in terms of saving, in terms of getting the cheese. And yeah, the score points is going to be here, VainQ gaining a whopping 8 points in our first round.
Yeah, it seemed like they really weren't in any trouble, you know, going through that first game, you know, picking up 8-0 for the game 1 victory. It didn't look like they were under any pressure going up against Tuffy, especially during the mouse round. They barely got in trouble, you know, getting tied down to rockets. Every rescue felt easy as well. So they're looking very strong to continue this, you know, dominant game up against Tuffy. Let's see whether or not they can push through with it though and knock their opponents down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, but right now let us focus onto the second match of our third series, and let's see if, you know, Team Tuffy is gonna swag up some points this time. If I think, you know, depending on their positions at first, I think if I'm not mistaken, they will be onto the mice side for now. But you know, let's see. But you know, regardless, it's kind of important. Seeing the first half, they really have to consider not taking that Musketeer Jerry.
Yeah, I think finally now they do have a chance to make that adjustment. So I think they will be, you know, pushing through with that one. But we'll just have to wait and see. I, for one, am just super happy that we're seeing a lot of these teams, come out here, show their different strategies. We've seen a lot of teams I've noticed really coordinate when they push the wedges of cheese through. They don't do it one by one; they do it three at a time, so it
Yeah.
instantly pops up. And I think pushing the cheese that way really puts a lot of pressure on the cast. Try and accelerate his pace of the game because you're effectively just making the game faster
Yeah.
for everyone if you do push the cheese simultaneously, three at a time.
Yeah, basically kind of places the cat in a reactive state, wherein that he really has to, like as you mentioned, really accelerate his movements, and it kind of plays with the mind as well on how he's going to position himself in a way that he could go for the potential clutch. But yeah, then again, let's see if those instances will be happening anytime soon in our second round, rather first half. And this time, Tuffy is going as Lightning first, and VainQ will be the Mice side for now. So we are seeing the Classics Magician, King, Robin, and Pirate Jerry. Interesting that I don't see a detective one this time around.
Yeah, very interesting that there's no Detective Jerry for this round, but really nice here that VainQ were able to get that Robin Hood Jerry, of course, one of the most mobile characters in the game, able to use that double jump, get to platforms when other mice probably wouldn't be able to reach. So I like the pickup here from VainQ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this is also one of the rounds we're in. We're not, we're not gonna see some detective juries. So I want to see how they will be playing this out. But since this is still the patrolling phase, and yeah, they're gonna be a bit of thrifty in the usage of the robot mice right here. So yeah, early seconds of our game, does Lightning turns himself invisible at this point, and really spotting out the robot.
Yeah, I'm actually, really surprised that we didn't get to see a Detective Jerry here because I feel like he is one of the strongest mice in the current, meta for competition. But seeing here, Fair just setting up a bunch of traps here. Not quite sure why the mousetrap is on the table.
Yep. And yeah, going back right here into our game. Still 10 seconds on the clock before we proceed to the dispatch phase. Alright, so Lightning is here. I think he already has an idea on where the other cheese are at, because earlier he was in the captain's quarter, so he was able to spot down some cheese right there to and fro. So yeah, same thing with the mice right here, really grouped together. So I think the one that you told earlier with, trying to commit to a single cheese right there is gonna happen anytime soon. But Lightning is on the tails right now, moving from one area to another.
And you're looking at the mice right now. They're fairly grouped up here, and Lightning really hasn't been able to injure any one of them. Find any one of them right now. I feel like VainQ are coordinating the push here on the cheese so that they can, do it all at the same time, as Lightning just gonna get hit by a smoke bomb here. It's gonna allow, a lot of movement here, a lot of repositioning to come out from the Jerry's.
Yes, and yeah, as you mentioned, so we are gonna see here that TLTV is gonna kite away from Lightning right here, whilst the other ones are gonna try and focus on pushing onto the cheese. If you notice, they are on the captain's quarters and the one below the deck. So right now this is going a bit good for them, but Lightning has to really, pick up the pace in terms of really catching these mice. Ooh!
He was able to grab one of them. Oh, actually hit one of them, I believe. But the the ice cube there, freezing him in place, really stopping anything from coming there. But yeah, here, Robin Hood Jerry, super slippery, super difficult to catch with a double jump. Let's see whether or not Lightning can actually catch him. Whoa! Dashing around there, very, very.
That was too close for comfort right there, but regardless, that was good kiting abilities for the Robin Hood Jerry and the Pirate Jerry, just really playing around here. So the more that they are buying some time here, the more that they are giving opportunity for the others to push in some cheese, and that is going to be cheese pushes with that certain amount of time.
Very, very quickly. Mice just getting to work here, Seiya, and Lightning still
Mm-hmm.
struggling to find some shots here onto the Mice as he is just getting bopped around here by the stairs.
Oh, and
Very
he
low.
gets hit with the ping pong ball too. So this kind of depletes the HP of Lightning, and he has to be very careful not to get, thrown out by Bruce right there, because it's gonna give an opportunity for our mice to go for the escape, and that is just what happened here. Really abusing the low HP of Lightning has, because if ever that they were able to deplete that, he was going to be stunned back there. So right now he is able to go back onto his feet on the chase to Rob and Jerry.
Able to grab him right there. Gonna be able to strap him onto a rocket right now, but with that, it's gonna allow the Mice, I feel, push in one more wedge of cheese here, and the rescue just comes instantly.
And with only, they still have a lot of time to work with, 6 minutes and on the clock, and they've already managed to get 4 cheese. All they have to do is just, really guard down the remaining one, and this is not really looking good for Lightning, as he is gonna get stunned through and through by the, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Classic Jerry or the Pirate Jerry. Yeah, Pirate Jerry. So, okay, so the Cannery was able to drop off and again stunned Lightning. So this is going to be the escaping phase right here. So they were able to find the crack below rather, the captain quarters. So Lightning here really committed into getting the Pirate Jerry here. Really gonna strap him on the top side of our map.
But look at the Mice, they've already worked on so much on the crack. Just a few more shots would do it here, just slowly but surely chipping away at it. I think there's just enough time for them to escape, and just like that, the Mice once again on the side of VayneQ are able to get away there. Lightning, he didn't really have a choice towards the end, so once again, VayneQ winning on their first round here in Game 2.
Yeah, indeed. And that's the good thing about this, because VayneQ was able to further up the gap, and with 4 complete Mice were able to be survive in that fight. So this adds up to more of their points right here. So this is looking a little bit of a pinchy situation for the side of Tuffy.
Very, very quick game there. So only taking 5 minutes for the Mice to, get all the cheese out, find the crack, and escape. So Tuffy looking like they are gonna be heading to that lower bracket if they aren't able to turn things around for their ice round here. So far, things looking up here for VayneQ. Feels like they will be, continuing throughout our upper bracket.
Yeah, so we'll just have to see right now on what the verdict will be. But going back, at least we kind of like get the difference now between the lineups for the Mice, and as well how you are going to utilize the cats as well. So fortunately, we still didn't see some Toodles picks. I mean, I was pretty excited for that because her kits were the bomb. You get immobilized, and then you get stunned, and you get charmed.
Interesting, Kip. But I feel like a lot of the cat players are really just favoring, the consistency, come out the all-around ability that Tom has. But yeah, it's very, very interesting that we're seeing, different and unique playstyles coming out from a lot of these teams. They're getting more and more coordinated as the night moves on, and yeah, just seeing it's very quick to pressure the cats. Once you see 3 wedges of cheese, pushed in instantly at the same time. That's excellent teamwork being shown by a lot of the squads here from the group stage.
Yeah, And yeah, it's pretty exciting to see as well how they are, getting to play along with a lot of choices for the mice too. Because as it's seen earlier into our game, that Robin Hood Jerry is just really, flexible and just really slippery. Wasn't, able to get caught by lightning earlier. So with that alone, it just goes to show, how versatile how our teams are right now. So pretty interesting. I'd
Yeah.
love to see more action later on.
And of course, speaking of action, heading into game 2, it will be Vane Q now.
Mhm.
On the cat round here, of course, map still Summer Cruise. It's gonna be Lightning once again, this time, in a basketball jersey. Looking at the composition of mice here, we have Musketeer Tuffy, Magician Jerry, Detective Jerry, and Classic Jerry, but with the reindeer outfit here.
Too early for
we're-
Christmas.
Too early for Christmas. We're still in Halloween season, of course, October. A lot of people
Indeed.
prefer the spooky times, but yeah, December's a couple of months away, so why not? Why not rock the reindeer?
Maybe that is the Halloween costume, the reindeer costume. Very too early for Christmas. But yeah, then again, we will be heading into our game in a short while. And this time we are going to see some fundamental picks right here for the mice side. So let's see if they are able to, put up some work here, put up some space for the side of Tuffy.
All right, so he's gonna start here on the lower right side of the map. Just gonna try and drink a lot of these bottles. Try to get as much, buffs on his side. And the robot mice are gonna be scouting out quite well here, already spotting out where the wedges of cheese are. So already VNQ starting to plan out where they want to go with this.
Yeah, surely. And going here, so he does have less than 20 seconds to work with in terms of destroying this robot mice. But I think, he's just trying to, really just scout around the area. And yeah, just to stay in an area wherein there's some cheese in it, and seeing how lightning is here onto the captain quarters, it's highly likely that the other mice is gonna go into the area. But right now we first see that Tuffy is onto the side of the deck, followed by the magician onto the kitchen area. Oh, they're actually like compressed together.
Alright, so like you mentioned, they are grouped up quite a bit here, and the one that is isolated has already been caught here by lightning. Don't want to get shocked too much. He is gonna get tied to a rocket here, and he does so on the key target here. I feel like this is one of the plays that you have to make early on.
Okay. He needs one more hit for that magician to go down the drain. So he is a bit of a phase. So right now, let's see on how he's going to work with the areas here. So okay, this to and fro composition by them is just too much, and seeing the commitment right here by Team Tuffy is just real. But they have to take note of the cheese though.
So far, just one wedge of cheese being pushed through here, and there's a lot of bombs being dropped down onto lightning, but he should be able to catch up to Magician Jerry. Very, very shortly, already injured. Just needs to grab him. Time to rocket.
Alright, the commitment to actually chase for Magician here is quite real, and you really can't blame him, since he was tied into the rocket chair once, but was rescued by Musketeer Tuffy right here. So he is back onto his feet, but was stunned for a short duration. And I think he's gonna transition himself into the living room, if I'm not mistaken, and just below the captain quarters. And yeah, the commitment to actually get this magician Jerry is real. But I kind of understand the threat, because they are given some space with the help of his bunnies when pushing the cheese.
Speaking of cheese being pushed, already 3 wedges being pushed in here by Tuffy. Let's see whether or not.
Oh!
Oh, we got frozen. They are gonna be able to save him, but uses Lightning's ability to immediately dash through and potentially catch out Magician here once more. Does do so.
Yeah, and this time he is still going to put him into the rocket chair. This time evading the ice cube to prevent, any more freezing moments. But okay, another save is gonna be committed. But again, the commitment of this guy to actually get the magician Jerry. I think this is more of a security to dispatch a mice. So I kind of get the logic behind this. So he was able to take down the magician Jerry finally here. So it kind of like narrows his options down this time. And the fact that they are all grouped together means a pretty scrappy fight, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I feel like this is plenty of time for Lightning to work with right now. Kyle will have, a lot of room to work with here and just whack away at these Jerrys as he will find classic Jerry in the reindeer outfit. He should be able to tie him down onto a rocket and dispatch him away.
Indeed. So I think he's gonna go into a further chair. Alright, they're not really getting the one that was into the deck area, which is understandable because it's gonna give some time for the other mice to go into the kitchen. So this time he is onto the chase for the musketeer Jerry, Tuffy rather. And here we have, I like it how he is, taunting or harassing the musketeer Tuffy here, but at the same time guarding the classic Jerry there onto the chair so that he won't get saved immediately.
And he's getting a lot of these hits in as well. You see the HP there. Oh no, this is not looking good for the mice. They were able to rescue one, but another was sacrificed for it. Let's see whether or not they can save it.
The detective is gonna go for the save right here to actually give some leeway space for the classic Jerry, but he was captured here though, and although another save is gonna happen, but another tied down to rocket chair is gonna take into place. So the rally here is just real for both sides of the team. But so far, I think this is more of a patient game for Lightning.
Oh no, that would have been the rescue, and I think this is huge for VainQ Kyle right now. If he's able to dispatch just one more mouse, he is gonna be able to win. Oh, that might be it.
I think this is this is gonna
this
be
is
it.
the time to rocket.
Oh yeah. I mean, he was able to dispatch 2 mice, and with the remaining mouse that we have both tied onto the rocket chair, and I think VQ just really secured their spot into the upper brackets right here.
Yeah, just gonna wait for the third Jerry to finally get launched off of this ship. And
so
again, like you like you mentioned, say that's gonna be VainQ moving forward here in our upper bracket of the group stage, picking up a very clean 2-0 over their opposition. And yeah, they're just gonna knock down Tuffy to our lower brackets, and that will conclude our third match of the evening. And what a really well played cat round there from Kael.
And yeah, it just goes to show that with just really a lot of practice and a lot more footing, you could really win onto the cat side. And VQ just really demonstrated it pretty well with this round, because in the first, if you notice that the initial strategy of Team Tuffy right here, they were kind of compressed together and grouped together. We kind of get the logic behind it, so that when pushing the cheese, you would have an easier position into. But that kind of turned into the favor of Kyle right there and snag up some points for them. And with that being said, VainQ will be securing the spot for the upper bracket.
Yeah, really well played there. And yeah, with that will mean that our third game will be another 2-0. It seems like the teams playing later in the day have already all warmed up. I wonder, will this continue for our fourth match of the evening? Who knows? We might see an even closer match. It's definitely a possibility. But man, I'm really happy seeing a lot of these cats starting to win, because earlier it seemed like the cats really struggled to get around on the board, but as the day went on, we saw a lot of lightnings come out, really making use of the mobility of one of the most mobile cats in the game, dashing around, really blinking to their opponents, and yeah, just a really some nicely played rounds, and we're seeing a lot of teams start to dominate here in top clans.
Indeed. So later on, we are gonna get to see the MVP of our game right there. But you know what, guys? To those who are still watching, you get to enjoy the fun right here. All you have to do is just download the game. It is available onto the Google Play and the App Store. And of course, for bonuses, guys, we are giving away some freebies there onto the comment sections. All you have to do is follow the instructions indicated. Go onto the website, log in your username, and exchange the code. And when you are into the game itself, you can go ahead and claim the reward. But this time, the MVP of our game is going to be from Vane Q Kyle with that average score of a 3,623 with 2 throws that were hit 10 times to tie the Rockets for the Mice. And of course, he was able to dispatch 4 Mice into the long run.
Yeah, well-deserved MVP here from VaneQ's cat player. Again, the stats that are shown, they speak for themselves. He was able to, get momentum for his team very early on and close it out in a pretty solid manner as well. So, congratulations to him for picking up the MVP, awards for that best of 3. But yeah, that will conclude our third match, and heading on to the next one, of course, we have to remind our viewers watching right now of our lucky draw.
Yes, lucky draws. All you have to do, guys, is to predict which team is going to be advancing and of course winning right there. And you get the chance for more awesome prizes, and the mechanics on how to join that lucky draw will be shown to you in a bit. But right now, before we head on to the final match of our day, Chisto, let us head on to a quick break, and here later we will be seeing the highlights. But for now, we will be your commentaries for this match. My name's Saya, and with me is Chisto, and we will be right back. Welcome back, guys, to the Top Clans Tom and Jerry Chase SEA Invitationals, and we will be your current casters for this event. My name's Seora, and with me is Chisto. So yeah, we are headed into our final match for this day, and why are you smiling like that?
I'm just happy because we've gotten to, witness a lot of these, teams, a lot of these players compete against one another, and it's been entertaining for me to watch. And if you guys have been sticking around, from the start of the stream, I'm sure some of you have been entertained as well at how, everyone has been, competing so far. And like you mentioned, we are heading into our final match of the day. It's gonna be between Front and IMP. So should be another fun one to watch. So far the trend as the day move forward has been, more 2-0s and more teams, dropping to the lower bracket. Let's see which one of these teams will start and grab the momentum early. As we see here, the team overview for Front.
Yeah, and this time pretty interesting roster of cats right here, Toodles and Lightning alongside with the OG Tom, and for the side of the mouse sticking onto that Robin Hood Jerry, but still not gonna cross off the board, the detective, pirate, magician, and of course the classic Jerry to boot. So I like it because they have a wide pool of mice that can be utilized with. And of course for the side of Team IMP, same rosters for the side of the cats, Toodles, Lightning, and of course the OG Tom. And for the side of the mice right here, really sticking onto that Devil Tuffy. And yeah, we are seeing a Cherry pick though for Imp Long. So let's see if they are able to utilize those interesting picks for our final match.
One thing I did notice from IMP is none of them are listed as players that play Detective Jerry, but of course some of these might have that up their sleeve. I feel like he's too strong in the current meta for players to ignore him, so we might still see Detective Jerry come out for this one. And you were talking about the cat pool being shared by both of the cat players, so we might actually see some of Toodles come out today. Who knows? Could be a treat for our final match.
Yeah, and looky that! A cashing in the money as Butch right here showering some dollars. And I like that skin, honestly. But of course, going back here into our picking phase, Magician, Detective, Musketeer, Tuffy, and Classic Jerry is gonna go to boot. And I like the skin of that Classic Jerry. Very, very dragony. very, very sparkly and splashy for Jerry, right?
Yeah, it looks very oriental in terms of his theme. It looks very Chinese New Year as well. But yeah, very interesting lineup here. A lot more of the standard Jerrys that we see. Magician and Detective, very very useful to any mouse lineup that you will bring, and Tuffy as well. Mouse Katir Tuffy specifically, very very useful with his helmet. When you want to rescue one of your teammates, just charge at Tom with the helmet on, head down, and you are gonna be able to get him out of trouble.
Yeah. And with that being said, we are already heading onto the patrolling phase of our mice right here, getting prepared. And Butch just, getting some concoctions upon his sleeves for that additional buffs. He is heading on towards the patio area. And oh, wow, that was very smooth. Some gliding effects into the roofs and umbrellas.
Of course, Butch here starting to set up here. Just gonna go through the troops. Gonna take some drinks here. Try to get himself buffed up before the dispatch phase.
Indeed. So, I think this is going to be the usual route for the side of the mice. Just really scouting out the areas to where the cheese are located. And then Butch right here, I think he's just, doing his best to destroy as much robot mouse as he can.
Dispatch phase gonna start just now. All right, not really destroying any of those robot mice there, but The mice are gonna start off here, grouped up in the near the dining room. Let's see whether or not Butch can catch their scent here. So far, he is just starting to buff himself up.
Into the kitchen area, and he's gonna go towards the area living room to where the mice are at. But I think they are gonna go for that commit push here with the cheese, because they have a standby cheese onto the area of Musketeer Tuffy here. So that is going to be one cheese pushed into the mouse hole. So they are gonna go head straight for the patio. So they are really grouped together, committed right here. So I think with the placement of Butch, I think he is thinking that they are dispersed, but surprisingly, our mice are into the patio area.
Yeah, they're still grouped up here. I think they're still trying to get info because they know that Butch is currently invisible, so he's still waiting to strike right now. Oh god.
Ooh. Good thing he was invisible right there. He wasn't able to get caught by Bruce, but again, going here. Ooh, look at that flashy Jerry, dragging himself up that ladder, but was caught by Bruce, and that is the early rocket chair. But ooh, that was just a fake rocket chair, and he's gonna, put himself in a position that is pretty much comfortable for Butch right here, since it's gonna take some effort for the others to get there and place some mouse traps, rather. So just so it kind of like delays the saving time of the other mice.
Yeah, and it seems like it's Magician that they're, sending up close here, but I feel like Musketeer, Tuffy can very much just move and rotate there, but yeah, once they saw him go onto the other side of the map, Magician immediately goes in for that rescue. And it seems like Butch will make a play here onto Musketeer Tuffy, gonna be able to grab him and potentially tie him up to one of the rockets here.
Alright, so the cheese is also nearby the area, so that, of course, they might be going into the priority. Magician Jerry will be lashing out his rabbit and deliver it to the available mouse hole nearby. And Butch, knowing this, he is gonna go back to the chaired mice, specifically Musketeer here, and just secure that dispatch first.
And that's actually pretty big that he is able to get dispatch, at least one dispatch, before all 5 wedges of cheese have been pushed through. That means he will have a lot more, I should say, time to work with here to catch out the other mice.
So I like it how he pushed away the cheese into the mouse hole, so this kind of gives him more time to roam around the map and to potentially catch the other mice who are in the vicinity. So yeah, they were not able. Oh, they were able to actually push into the cheese right there, really simultaneously, and because of that, this is going to be the escape face for the mouse, trying to spot out where the crack is at. But I think Butch is going to be the one to spot the crack first, and is gonna, protect it with some bubbles here to and fro.
Alright. Let's see now though, Seiya, how long will play this as Butch? How will he delay these mice from escaping and at the same time try to get some dispatches here, as a lot of them aren't even injured at the moment? So he needs to try and apply some pressure because they really haven't started trying to escape just yet. They haven't started hitting the bubble, protecting it. Looks like he will find a few shots here onto the Magician.
So again, the commitment to actually get that is a real here, but I think he already senses that the bubble was destroyed, so immediately he kind of like dashes down into the crack. But Jerry making something work right here, trying to destroy the crack as much as possible. So the doors were closed, and I think from the back sides they were able to get the crack depleted there, and it's almost gonna be destroyed back here. So some smokes to block out some vision. But let's see how the other mice will turn this favor out. So again, another bubble shield is going to be hovered by Butch. So let's see with only 2 minutes remaining on the clock right there. Ooh, with a little bit of health more. Will the crack be destroyed right here? So basically Butch is just trying to make his way out and, really destroying the crack. Oh, that was a very nice, defense. But okay, the crack was destroyed and they were able to escape.
Alright, so Mice are able to escape that round despite one of them getting dispatched very early on. So in terms of the score, I'm not quite sure whether or not they should be tied so far for game one, but yeah, pretty solid round from both sides there for our first game. Let's see how that will change once they have, swapped around.
Yeah, so he was only able to dispatch one mouse right there, but it's still, the results are clear that the mice were able to escape in time, and that was a very good call for the side of front right here. So yeah, good job. But I would still like to commend Butch right there for that early dispatch though, and it kind of, he was a hard he was giving some hindrance to the side of the mice.
Yeah, and speaking of Butch, I think it's the first Butch that we have seen throughout the day, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm kind of sad that we didn't get to see as much of what Butch can do. I felt like we didn't really get to see the strengths of his abilities as much during that game. We did see him charge through a couple of times, but not really showcasing everything about this character compared to the lightnings and the thumbs that we have seen throughout the evening.
The one who did most of the work here, however, was again the Detective Jerry, being all stealthily and just placing the cheese in the proper area wherein they could actually push them. And of course, his participation throughout the game also was really commendable on this one. But for Team IMP, this is not something to worry about, because there is still our second half, so they have that possibility to close in the scores initially that front was able to gather.
Yeah, so let's see. Once the things are flipped, we haven't seen IMP on the mouse side here, so we're yet to gauge how good they can be in terms of how coordinated they can be when pushing in the wedges of cheese and really just rescuing each other when one of them does get in trouble. So now heading into the next round, I think we get to witness how good they could be on the mouse side, on the mouse round. Should be a very interesting thing to watch.
Indeed. So yeah, later on we will be proceeding into the picking phase, but this time they are going to go for some switcheroos. So this time Team Front is going to be on the cat side, and Team IMP, as mentioned earlier, will be onto the mice area. So this is a good opportunity for them to gather up some scores, provided that they won't give the chance to Team Front to actually catch them all and go for some dispatches.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the least amount of dispatches that we've seen compared to our previous two matches where we actually saw the cats just absolutely dispatch everyone on their opposing sides. And yeah, the trend isn't exactly continuing as when we did start off the day. So this series, this best of three, I feel between these two teams might be a bit closer compared to the ones that we just witnessed for matches 2 and 3.
Indeed, I agree with you on that. So we'll just have to see if the momentum could be shaken by Team IMP, or will Front really stand up front and just secure themselves with that momentum.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned momentum, because I feel like that's a lot. That's been a big factor in a lot of our teams in terms of whether or not they come out 2-0, whether or not they come out of the draw in our first round. But yeah, here picking phase, we see Classic Tom, we're seeing Robin Hood Jerry once more, Magician. First time we're seeing Devil Tuffy today. So I'm gonna check out real quick Devil Tuffy so that we can tell our viewers.
Devil Tuffy basically is similar to Devil Jerry. He kind of also inflicts damage too onto the cat as well. So that is a plus. But to me, in terms of effectiveness, if you're gonna ask me if I were to choose between Musketeer Jerry and Devil Tuffy, I would definitely go with Devil Tuffy.
So, yeah, basically another damage dealer here, and on that note, we really haven't seen the characters such as Musketeer Jerry perform very well today. I feel like a lot of the times we've seen a Musketeer Jerry, his teammates have been getting dispatched over and over, but
yes.
who knows, that might change here as we are gonna hop in to
Ooh.
the patrol phase.
Yes, just getting ready. I kind of wonder. Okay, this is your favorite costume, if I'm not mistaken.
It's
All right.
it's the expressionless dog.
It's basically you. I kid. But going into our game, Chisto. I like it how Tom is easily destroying the doors here, just so that the mice won't be able to utilize them further on as the game progresses. And him setting up some traps into the cheese and to the what do you call this? Into the cheese. Kind of like gives him, that alarm wherein if ever there is a mouse in the vicinity, he would get notified on their locations.
Yeah, so more information to work with there. You can, react quickly to what your opponents can do. But yeah, already putting some traps here on the cheese while invisible,
Yeah.
and are gonna start the dispatch phase right now. And a lot of the mice that have been caught out by the invisible Tom have usually been tied to a rocket first here. So this could be a big opportunity for Mirage if he is able to make use of his invisibility. Oh, interesting use of the trolley right there.
I think that that's like a bait per se, but unfortunately some of the mice were in the vicinity. So early at the phases of the game, Magician Jerry was able to dish out his rabbit and currently pushing the first cheese into our living area. And going back, so Tom is still invisible right here, so I guess it's kind of safe to say, okay, so he's not invisible anymore, but it was safe to say that the other mice was not able to spot him out, and I think they are gonna go cross roads right here. So this is gonna be on to the chase. Devil Tuffy here, a bit stunned with that short duration, and with that mousetrap, able to at least notify if he is being followed. Ooh!
Devil Tuffy gets caught out here. He is gonna be able to tie him up to a rocket here, and a lot of his teammates are not close to that area except for King Jerry, who should be able to rescue unless Tom does something pretty huge here. Alright, they wake up Butsu. Don't want to get the third man. Oh, he's angry.
Okay, that was too close for comfort. Luckily, the rubber ducky was there to actually give him a boost into that jump. So again, going back to square one to actually find the mice who are in the area as well. So we see the owner over here, but that was denied by the door closing. And just like that, they were able to get some space up on their sleeves. So he has to be very careful with the owner right here. Careful not to be smacked by that broom. And nice call for Mirage to actually put some mousetrap into that cheese earlier and really hiked his way into the attic, but unfortunately he's not gonna spot anyone there. But knowing that the cheese is there, he will be lighting up that dynamite there too.
Where is Mirage headed here? I wonder. He is trying to hunt for King Jerry, I believe. He knows that one of the mousetraps got triggered. Ooh, he is able to hit King Jerry. He might be able to catch him here.
Okay, opens up the microwave, but it didn't really work in his favor and was able to tear him down. So leaving that open to see if he could get more up on his sleeves with the master here, or the woman. He has to be very careful with that woman right there. It simply means he might get whacked out, and if ever he is stunned, that could be an opportunity for a save.
Yeah, can't hang around that long, you know. You don't want to get hit by that broom as 4 minutes into the dispatch round, I should say. 2 wedges of cheese have been pushed through. King
So-
Jerry is gonna get rescued here. But, you know, Robin Hood might be in trouble for that one. He's gonna get tied up to the rocket here.
Yeah, and of course, guys, to those who are watching, the CDK is indicated into the lower side of your screen, so you go ahead and redeem it for some prizes. And going back into our game right now, Chisto onto the chase with Robin Hood. Jerry, here transitioning to the attic area, and I think he's gonna go pipe his way up into the patio if he has the leeway of an opportunity.
Yeah, the door there delaying for a bit, but eventually he is gonna catch up to Robin Hood Jerry here, and I think this should be an instant dispatch. No, he is gonna get hit by the ice cube. I feel like he could have just tied him to the rocket earlier and gotten rid of one of the mics there, but still, Tom does have a lot of time to work with here, say, you know, with only 2 pieces of cheese being pushed through the wedges here.
Alright, so this is getting pretty interesting right here. The mouse trap is gonna be set and hands off that rabbit, and it's going to give him some time to go and look for the other mice. But again, onto the top side, however, they were able to get another cheese up their sleeve, so they only need 2 more. But the thing here is that King Jerry and, if I'm not mistaken, Devil Tuffy are grouped together. And whilst this is Robin Hood Jerry, so I think he's the one who's gonna go for the kite. But you have to take note that Tom is near the 2 cheese in the area, which is the dining room. So the mice have to do something about this and actually lure out Tom.
Looking at what he is doing here. So he will be able to catch out Robin Hood Jerry once again, but since he got hit, Robin Hood Jerry is gonna slip away for now. Alright, does have Magician in his grasp.
Okay, so he is gonna transition himself up to the stairs near the bedroom area to actually tie him into the chair here to the kitchen, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, into the kitchen, and he is gonna drop himself off once again back to the dining room. But I think this is the initial strategy for Team IMP, luring out Tom here. So he was able to dispatch 1 mouse right there finally, and okay, onto the hands of Devil Tuffy here, and off to the rocket chair he goes. But let's see, they only need 1 more cheese to actually go into the escaping phase. But with 40 seconds on the clock, Tom still has some areas to work with here. But let's go and see if the save is gonna happen.
Yeah, they are gonna be able to rescue one of the Jerrys there. So here's the thing, 1 more wedge of cheese and we will be heading into, you know, the escape phase here. But he does have, you know, Devil Tuffy. He gets exploded though, unfortunate. Alright, now he needs to stop the mice from escaping. He is hot on the trail of a couple of mice here, just needs to get a few shots in. Does sort of enrage himself there.
Ooh, the crack is in the attic area where Tom is at. So I think for the 3 mice, they are still looking to where the crack is located. So this is gonna give Tom some ample time to actually protect it. Some, you know, put on some mouse traps to and fro. And you have to take note that there are 2 rocket chairs that are near in the vicinity. So I think he just needs to, you know, really work around with this attic area.
Yeah, and I think that's huge for, you know, Tom here. That means that he has a really good, you know, space here to work with, as we're gonna see the 3 mice as a group approach here. They're gonna find where the crack is. They should know that Tom is near here in the area, as he will find
Okay. So I like the priority wherein he was able to tear down Devil Tuffy. But look at that, with the exchange, the crack is going to slowly be destroyed. Let's see how Tom is gonna work things out right here. Blocked some of the vision here. Thinking they turned off the lights. He's trying to, really buy some time and, really regaining some of that bars of the crack right here. Really trying to fix it through first. But with this vision, it's kind of hard to, really process and position yourself.
Yeah, it's so dark for him. He doesn't even see where the mice are coming from right now. But he was able to, repair the crack quite a bit here. So it does buy him a bit of time here. 2 minutes left here for the mice to escape. Mirage doing so far a great job of holding down the crack here. Less than 2 minutes left. Oh, he does grab one of the mice here.
Oh! Okay, so he is going to injure out Devil Tuffy once more. So the crack is going to be depleted once again. So he has to repair that one more time, or else this is going to give an opportunity to the other mice to go for the escape.
It's so dark for him right now. It's so difficult for him to scout out the area. He doesn't know when the Jerrys are already in. So big challenge right now, but he's gonna find all three right now.
Okay, I don't know if that was a misdecision coming from Tom right there, but he could have at least got one. He could have at least got one. If ever he just stayed into the area. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case, and the mice was able to get points for themselves.
Yeah, I didn't know where the darkness really didn't know where the rest of the mice were. So very interesting first game here. Both teams trading wins there on the mouse half of their game, but yeah, really close stuff here from both teams. And I think we kind of sensed it, considering that only one of the mice were getting dispatched and they still were escaping, that this matchup between these two teams, Front and IMP, would be closer compared to the previous ones that we did witness.
So yeah, with that being said, both of our teams were able to draw out into the first round. So on to the next one. Let's see which team is going to actually garner up some points, or will some force a game number 3?
Yeah, I think now they're on even ground. They've seen what both teams can do. Heading into the next one, really, I'm wondering what kind of adjustments they are gonna make, because I feel like both rounds were just really close between the two teams. It could have really gone either way if one of the cats were just able to dispatch one more mouse, but unfortunately the rescues did come through. But yeah, so far this competition is looking really, really good. Both of these teams don't want to drop down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, you would really like to acquire that safe haven that you are in the upper bracket and you don't really have to worry too much. And to, because you going down the lower bracket means double the efforts, because that's like a do or nothing scenario wherein if you're going to be positioned into that spot. So quite understandable that both of these teams would really like to go into the upper bracket.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely want that cushion. You want that extra space for your team to work with, I should say, moving forward in the tournament. But yeah, so far I'm really liking what I'm seeing from both Front and IMP here. I feel like these two very closely matched teams, and I think this next round that we are gonna see them play will be very, very important.
Indeed, because I mean, as much as both of these teams really want to secure their spot, both of their teams shouldn't really do the same things twice. Since if you want to be ahead of your opponent team, you gotta tweak up your strategy.
Yeah, you gotta make some sort of adjustment. Try and maybe bring out a different character, throw your opponents off guard with that, maybe have a trick up your sleeve like that, and yeah, maybe once they face something that they're not prepared to go up against, that could be a big thing for your team. So who knows? That might be the key factor here for both of these teams.
Indeed. So later on, we will be proceeding into our second match of our final series for tonight. And pretty exciting. I really can't wait for the picking phase. And of course, I would also like to see if their comfort picks like Toodles and Sherry will be off the board. Get those felines and those female mouse out of there. Show some stuff.
Yeah, and heading into this next one, of course, they will be flipped over now. So the team that went mouse first in our previous round, they will be starting the next round on the cat side to begin things. So again, a lot of time for these teams to really start adapting and adjusting what kind of strategies they want to do.
Yeah, and speaking of adjustments too, it's kind of interesting that we weren't able to see some Musketeer Jerry's into our first match, if you recall.
He hasn't been doing well. All right.
Yeah, and this is a good call too for the side of IMP. Still sticking to their stones earlier, having with the similar lineup as to our second half in our second match earlier.
Yeah, and seeing the picks here, a lot of the same that did work out well for them, but we will be switching up the map here. We are going to be heading into Night Castle. So different set of I should say different set of hazards as well on the map for both teams to watch out for.
Yeah,
should be a very fun one.
Yes, so still similar to the previous matches, we are still gonna see Tom be utilized on this one. So it's pretty amazing that our OG cat is doing some good works and some strategies here. So I'm also excited to see if Front is able to really go onto the front lines and secure some points, or will IMP really turn the tables around?
And it seems like we will be jumping right into the patrol phase here. Classic Tom. Rocking again the King of Pop outfit here. Just gonna hop around.
I have a feeling that if you have some credits, you're gonna buy this skin here. But going back into
maybe.
Our patrolling phase, it's highly likely. He is still getting some concoctions onto his hands right there, just so he could buff himself up. This is a very nice strategy, since it's still the patrolling phase. It kind of saves you up the buffing time come the dispatch phase. So whilst the other mice, however, are still scouting the areas and just really giving some valuable information to their fellow teammates on where the respective cheese are located. And I like it how Mergy is just placing some mouse traps onto the cheese, these terrains wherein he could predict that could be the movement of a mouse.
Yeah, interesting choice as well. Most of the toms that we've seen earlier, they put the mouse traps directly on top of the cheese, but Mergy placing them in the middle of where he thinks the mice would walk.
Yeah, it's something that you have to consider as well. Oh, but look at that, 3 mice into the vicinity right here, dropping up, and so with a so amount of health too. They were able to drop down into, if I'm not mistaken, this is the dining area. And of course, Tom, still being invisible, was able to really scratch more of the HP of Soso right here. So was able to capture him this time, and more rocket chairs into the patio. But Bruce was able to get him and to throw him off the bat, releasing Soso right there.
Yeah, very, very unlucky there for Mergy that he did run into Bruce. I feel like he wanted to tie Soso up already. That was clearly his intent, but unfortunately just running into a very angry dog right there.
And Okay, there was that quick chat. Hold on, we can do this right
They
here,
can.
and they can do this because based on the positions of our mice right here, Devil Tuffy is onto the top side getting those cheese, while I think Tom here is just getting his work done, transitioning to the patio and into the corridors area to close in the gap that he initially had earlier.
Oh, he's gonna find Mix here though. Doesn't find a hit. But he does know that they're starting to push in a bunch of wedges of cheese here.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, a lot of things to work with here, and Magician going straight into the patio to get some of the cheese, and Tom here was a bit slowed down. Robin Hood Jerry onto the kiting potentials there, and seeing that King Jerry, that he was actually knocked down by that obstacle right there, and just looking at that, this is gonna give some time for Robin Hood to actually go for the push into that dining room.
Yeah, and Saya, I feel like IMP is taking their sweet time here in terms of pushing in the wedges of cheese. They're really not rushing into anything, really trying to coordinate with each other the timing, because so far they've only gotten that one wedge of cheese in.
Oof.
But looking at where they are in the map right now, it seems like they're gonna try and maybe coordinate all these three wedges to push through, and see their two wedges already pushed on the side of IMP.
And that happened at the same time right here. So, okay, make that 3. So this is going to really place Murgy in a reactive state. Okay, spotting out the Magician Jerry. But Magician Jerry here is just playing around stairs and, kiting Murgy away and buying some time for the teammates. And speaking of the teammate, looks like Robin Hood Jerry right here is gonna go and push forward with the cheese over there, and if ever he is able to get that, they just need one more and to proceed with the escape phase.
Just need one more, and Mergy struggling to really get any single one of these mice and tie them up to any of these rockets so far.
Yeah.
I feel like he hasn't really tied anyone to a rocket so far, just placing down a bunch of these mouse traps, but every time he's knocked down a mouse, he's run into one of the traps or ran into the dog here, which is quite unlucky for him.
True. And look at that, Robin Hood Jerry taking his time to actually push that cheese over there. So I think in a matter of seconds, I think they are actually going for some kites in here. So let's see. They are grouped together here into the, I want to say this is a bedroom area, and going back. Magician Jerry and Robin Hood Jerry is just really distracting Tom here, while King Jerry is gonna push that final cheese, and this is going to be the escape phase for the side of the mice. The crack rather is into the patio area. Bruce is heavily there, so that kind of gives time for Devil Tuffy to actually breach that area.
Yeah, and there's a lot of time for the mice to work on this crack right now, considering that Bruce is there as well. So they essentially have another man covering and another person to for Tom to watch out for. As finally he's gonna get his first tie to a rocket here. Gonna put a mousetrap as well for good measure.
Yes, and of course the King Jeddah utilizing his shields right there, but was not able to save Devil Tuffy right there. But it kind of gave time for the other two mice to to actually go for the crack destroy. But he was able to dispatch one mice and was not able to save Devil Tuffy. And not really risking any more casualties, they are gonna go for the escape route.
Yeah, and the thing is though, with that one dispatch, this might actually end up being a draw once more, depending on how the next flip of roles pans out. Because even if it was a mouse victory, scoring wise, he still was able to dispatch one of them. So I wonder
Yeah.
what this means moving forward in the best of three.
Yeah, so basically, for the side of front, for them to actually secure some distance in terms of scores, they really have to survive. Especially that they are going to be the ones into the mice side for our second half.
Unfortunately, it's the devil Tuffy, I believe, again, that wasn't able, to survive. But yeah, that final dispatch before the mice escaped was pretty big for front here. I feel like it saves them a lot of points here.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm asking myself what might happen for our second matchup here, because we might potentially see another draw.
Indeed. So if that's going to be the case, but we may be heading onto a third round, but that third round is going to be the final judgment, unless of course they are going to force another tie-breaking match for that game number 3. But you know what? Let's focus on to the second half of our second match first. So winning conditions for this is that team front has to survive with all of them, with all of the mice, for them to at least gain ahead of a points as much as possible. Whilst for the side of IMP, rather, at least he has to get 1 or 2 mouse to be dispatched here to be able to force the draw, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and the thing, I feel like they don't really need to make many adjustments in terms of which characters they are bringing out, because these matches are very, very close. They are literally coming down to whether or not all of the mice would be able to escape, or whether or not one of them would unfortunately get caught just as the crack will open. So very, very crucial stuff, very, very close stuff between these two teams, and I think this is an indication of just how close the competition is among these players.
Indeed. And yeah, later on we will be heading on to the picking phase once again, so we just have to wait and see how things would turn out. And like you mentioned, I think this is like a similar trend to our first ever match during this day. They do have to take note that they were able to get some 2-1, so let's see if this specific teams are able to really secure their spots, or will they force another tie-breaking match? Because the games of both of these teams are pretty close. They are on par with each other. So it's pretty interesting. And yeah, I'm still expecting the feline pick there though for both sides of the team, since during the team overview earlier, both of the teams are actually utilizing twiddles.
Yeah, still waiting for that character to pop up. Very interesting, abilities as well available on that character. But aside from that, it's just all been Tom. Mostly some lightning here and there for our cat players. But speaking more of Tom, I like the fact that he just does a lot of things, very well all around, and I feel like that's why a lot of players favor playing that Tom.
Alright.
Ooh, Cowboy Tom.
Ooh, Cowboy Tom is gonna be chosen for this specific match, and it's gonna be followed by Magician Jerry, Detective King, and Robin Hood Jerry. So from all of the lineups, this is my favorite composition, basically, because all of them kind of complements. They have the utility, they have the tanks, specifically on King Jerry's case, and they also have the mobility that Robin Hood kind of gives. So pretty interested.
Yeah, but on the cat side, I'm excited. We haven't seen Cowboy Tom all day.
Yeah. Is he able? Will he be able to lasso out? Or
he summons a rampaging bull that stuns any mouse it hits. So he can he can disrupt the mice who are running around the map.
Yeah,
and,
I
stun
think that
them.
can also disrupt from them actually pushing the cheese into the wedges.
Yeah, if it hits, I guess so.
Okay, but you know
And
what? We'll have to find that out here, Chiso, as we head on to the second half of our second round between Team Front and Team IMP. IMP is going to be using Cowboy Tom right here.
let's see whether or not he can catch out anyone here and, potentially dispatch them. Gonna go through
Uh,
Chu.
okay,
Hasn't found
so
any of
yeah, go on.
hasn't found any of the robot mice here so far in the patrol phase. Just focusing
Well,
really on getting himself buffed up.
indeed. So the other mice, however, is gonna still use the robot mouse as surveillance to gather some information to where the cheese are located. So I think they already have a rough idea since they have been doing that. But yeah, we are gonna proceed with the dispatch phase over here.
Here we go, dispatch phase like you mentioned. And it seems like the mice will be starting this one off by grouping around the patio. Of course, as usual, we see Tom. He's gonna turn invisible here, try and find one of the mice that's actually just isolated from the rest of the group and maybe start there. He is down here in the dining room. Yeah, this way, make his way outside once more.
So yeah, okay. So far they were able to push that cheese into the mouse hole with the help of Magician Jerry's bunny, a rabbit right there. But even though that Cowboy Tom was invisible, okay, he is visible this time around. Was not able to get members of the mice though, however. And he has to be very careful. He could whack out that rabbit, but I think he decides not to and just transition himself into an area wherein the magician is pretty near. But look at that! Some mind games to and fro, but was still able to get the magician Jerry there, and he is going to be seated down onto the rocket chair high above the corridors or bell area, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, and he gets that rocket. He gets a magician tied to the rocket very, very early. Let's see whether or not he can continue the pressure here, as one piece of cheese will be pushed through here. Oh, he finds him.
Finds
This
him
could be
and
huge.
whacks him. Okay, tied it in front of Bruce, actually, so he has to be very careful, in terms of him moving around that specific area, since Bruce is there. Oh, manages to make him dizzy, throwing some balls through and fro. Trying to taunt down the Bruce. And so far there is not any mice trying to save him for now. Okay, uses all the materials here to his extent. Let's see if they are gonna go for the save. No, but Robin Hood Jerry was actually get caught up, and with the help of King Jerry was able to save the day.
Yeah, great rescue there coming out from front there. Let's see how they work around this though, as they try to get all these wedges of cheese in and really just try to coordinate if they are gonna be able to do this at the same time, because we've seen a lot of teams throughout the day get these pieces of cheese in at the same time, and it just immediately puts a lot of pressure onto the onto the cat.
And yeah, that is going to be the rampaging bull right there. Was able to knock up Robin Hood Jerry, but is going to be traded out, him being stunned for a very slow duration. So we just have to see right now the games. So far, Cowboy Tom here is doing a nice job in actually getting them up. But the thing is, the mice are already down to 3 cheese. They just need 2 more, and Detective Jerry is on his way into the 4th one, so he has to really speed up his movements here.
Yeah, this is very scary for the mice right now. The fact that Tom is invisible, mice don't know where he is right now. He's just waiting. We need to catch out one of these mice, but the 4th wedge of cheese will be pushed through here. Let's see See what he can
Okay.
do after dispatching one.
Alright, so he was able to take down one here, but you know, King Jerry is actually making his way through the final cheese, and I think Tom already realizes this and releases the bull.
Alright. Still invisible, so there's no info for the Jerrys right now. They don't know where Tom is just yet. He's cracking his whip right now. Able to swat out one, and that's King Jerry.
Oh, Robin Hood Jerry. Oh no, King Jerry, right. And you know, I think the others are actually making their way through, rescuing that tied up Jerry right there, and I think the other ones are just really proceeding to they can't really push the cheese right here simply because Tom is in the vicinity, so they really have to go for a more aggressive approach on this one. Oh, speaking of aggressive approach.
Yeah, unfortunately gonna get caught out there, but he's gonna release the bull here. Gonna find a stun on one of the mice, but can't see them, so can't exactly capitalize on that. He is hitting the mice quite a lot here, so a lot of them are already injured at the moment. So he just needs to, you know, find a hit onto one of them, as they are desperately trying to get this last piece of cheese pushed through. He's
They
gonna
only
rocket.
have 4 minutes in to the clock before that happens, so King Jerry once more tied up into the bracket chairs. And let's see if they are gonna go get some more. But ooh, look at that, he was incinerated in time, but up to what extent though, because he was able to catch Robin Hood Jerry once again. And let's see, go into the vent, into the pipes right there to actually, I think he's gonna plan to burden up the distance so that he's not gonna be, you know, saved in a timely manner. But you know what, King Jerry is there in time, uses his skill sets, and oh, luckily was not you know, get caught by or get knocked out by the bull.
Yeah, but this is big. You know, he finally gets a knockout onto King Jerry, but I think the moment he catches King Jerry here, the game might be over.
Yeah. And I think that is their initial strategy right here. But I think his tails are up onto Robin Hood Jerry this time with a little brink of health to work with. So yeah, very slippery with that shoot. But he has to consider as well, you know, the time he has before actually taking down the mice right here. So trying to throw as many items as possible. Was able to take a hit right there. So let's see if he is gonna go for... Oh, he drank the milk right in front of him. Well, all right. All right. That is pretty interesting. It only means that he was patient enough to, you know...
He's pretty confident in what he wants to do here, as it's gonna be 30 seconds here on the clock. Can King Jerry save his ally here? Can they actually get out? It's a very tough order.
Okay, placing in some mouse traps over there just so he had a lot of things to work with. So Robin Hood Jerry was rescued, but up to what extent though? I think he could be focusing more on Robin Hood Jerry this time around, and gets a whip, and of course he will be catching him once again. So there is no rocket chair nearby, so he has to work his way into the pipes and on to the corridor area. But oh, he was stunned by that sandbag over there, and again another one for the chase. This is gonna get pretty interesting. And
Oh, the chase is so intense right now, honestly.
this is pretty interesting. And even though that Robin Hood Jerry was able to make his way through the maps, you know, Tom was up on his feet, and okay, 45 seconds on to the clock, so he is gonna release that bull once again to negate King Jerry from actually saving it, and plus putting up a mouse trap to potentially, you know, delay him from the save.
Any vlog right now on Cowboy Jerry is able to dispatch all 3 mice and pick up, you know, a cat win here.
Ooh.
That would mean that second game of this best of 3 will go over to IMP.
Just look, Chisto, he is gonna get all 4 mice.
Yeah, he got him.
We got him all! Wow, what that beautiful clutch coming in from Cowboy Tom right here. So he did literally swag up some points for his team.
Yeah, looks like Cowboy Tom, first time we're gonna see him today, is gonna pick up a victory. Very nicely done here for
Dominating one.
IMP. Yeah, excellent adjustments as well. So
Mouse has been dispatched.
there you go, Cat wins. IMP gonna pick up our second game there. Gonna go up 1-0 here in our best of 3, heading into our definitely our final game of the night.
Yes, and yeah, that's just really amazing because initially we thought that it was going to be the mice since they were able to get some cheese through and they just needed one more. But you know what? The clutch that Tomcat was able to work with into the terrains and playing, really catching them off guard and onto their feet. So he kind of led the mice into the reactive state this time. And the patience from him is just surreal at that point.
Yeah, and he really caught a lot of the Jerry's there off guard, landing a lot of the thrown objects at them. And, really, Cowboy Tom seems to be a pretty solid, character here to go up what seems to be a pretty standard, lineup of Jerry's.
Indeed. So, yeah, we could have, initiated more. So with that being said, Team IMP is going to secure that with whopping points there and securing their spot into the upper brackets. But Team Front, do not fret because you guys still have some chance to go in and fight into our lower brackets. But yeah, we'll be taking some efforts, but at least you guys are in, double eliminations round and there is still the chance for you guys. But congratulations to Team IMP for securing their spot.
Yeah, and I believe there should be one more after this, or was that our final match?
I think that was our final, if I'm not mistaken. But we will be finding that out later on as going to.
We've seen so many games today, honestly.
Yeah.
At some point we kind of lose up, but yeah, just talking about how most of the matches have been going on throughout the day. Game 1, it looked very, very close between the two teams. Game 2 and 3, super one-sided. Once a team really built momentum, there was just no looking back for them. And I feel like, a game like this, it's very important for, your team to build momentum early on. Whether you're starting, as a cat, where you're starting as a mouse. I feel like if you are able to pick up a victory in your first game, it just carries over to your next one. And I think it's a very crucial very crucial factor for all of these competitors here at Top Clans.
Indeed. And you know what? It's pretty interesting because we got to see a lot of strategies. Some were very similar and some were really unexpected and new. Especially for this final match that we have. This is the first time that we were able to see Cowboy Tom being used, and the fact that he was able to clutch that out in a very he wasn't really in a rush at that time. Usually when things goes to shove and you would really want to go for that fast route, but man, this Cowboy Tom earlier was on the patient side, and just really throwing items at them.
Yeah, he really wasn't pressured at all, despite multiple wedges of cheese being pushed through. I feel like long there on the Cowboy Tom really didn't feel like he had any trouble, didn't seem like he had any problems. He just knew that he just needed to whack a couple of these Jerry's, and when he did tie one to a chair, buy himself a bit of time with that bull that he can summon and use to stun the people trying to rescue whoever he tied to the rocket.
Yeah, definitely. So later on we will get to see the results, or we are gonna head on some game 3. So we'll just have to sit tight. With a lot of games that we witnessed, I kind of lost count. Okay, how is this gonna work again?
Yeah,
okay.
the nice thing about this, it's only the first day of group stage. We haven't exactly seen all of the teams compete as we are heading into the picking phase we are gonna head over to Classic House for the map, and it looks like we will be seeing lightning here for front.
So now this is very interesting. This time they might be sticking into their toes with the Devil Tuffy over there. So pretty interesting. And yeah, I just really can't wait to see how they are gonna turn back it around, or will IMP finally secure the spot?
Yeah, IMP seems to enjoy playing their Devil Tuffy. Seems to be one of the comforts for one of their players. But yeah, with Lightning coming out here, we have seen multiple players bring out Lightning today for their cat rounds. And, we've seen a lot of players utilize his mobility. That's the thing with him. They thought you get away, he could just dash, right back to you. And it seems like we are going to jump right into patrol phase here.
So yeah, this is going to be again the house area once more. So I like it how Lightning is just placing the traps into the doors available here. But usually your strategy is like put it onto the cheese or put it onto the mouse holes. But you'd be like, nope. Okay, let's just head on to the places wherein the mouse may be able to travel along with. Ooh.
He's gonna get blinded very, very early here, though.
Yeah. So yeah, we are seeing right now that he's just really playing around the patio area here. Let's see if he is gonna spot out some robot mice in the vicinity.
Alright, so not gonna be able to take out any of the robot mice though. Just gonna put a bunch of mouse traps here on top of the cheese that he has seen. But yeah, heading over to the dispatch phase. Let's see whether or not Mirage can get any of these mice, or will IMP be able to carry on their momentum and escape this time.
Indeed. So as you mentioned, they are grouped together near the living room area. So opens the door. Let's see how things would work. Oh, they early use these strength buffs right here, which you usually see it in like when the crack or the escape phase happens. So yeah, going back right here, they kind of blocked instant vision for Lightning. So yeah, he was able to, if I'm not mistaken, he was able to get one on his hands. Oh no. Oh, with all the skins, with all the aesthetics he has, I didn't know that he have some. But okay, they are all grouped together, badly injured right here, so they have to be very careful in really utilizing the terrains.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of hits here onto the mice, and already badly injured. Only one wedge of cheese push through. Detective Jerry already in a lot of trouble right now. Let's see whether or not any of his teammates here can save him, as he will get dispatched here in 20 seconds. King Jerry trying to go on the rescue here.
Yeah, and unfortunately, although that fish was initially set up for the mice, he was caught by his own trap right here. So he is going to go for the pseudo save, this time successfully going up into the bat. So, okay, kind of curious though. Okay, so he is still going for the Detective Jerry, but kind of disengaged into that, and okay, proceeded with the Magician Jerry instead. Okay, he was able to get, yeah,
he still found where Detective Jerry was, and with this one, I think should be able to dispatch this one very, very shortly.
Yeah, has been dispatched. Indeed, and yeah, off to the rocket chair he goes and dispatched one. So he just needs 2 more to actually even the odds out. Again, another concoction to actually drink here in the utility area. But both the mice are pretty dispersed right here. So odds could work in their favor if they are able to push some cheese in a position wherein Lightning is far.
All right. Yeah, like you mentioned, the mice are pretty spread out right now, but there's 2 wedges of cheese down there in the utility room. I wonder whether or not the mice should go for that play or not. Again, they need 2 more wedges if they want to find the crack here and
Oh, but
potentially
I think
escape.
they are going into the patio area with also 2 cheese in that specific area. So this can be an advantageous thing for Lightning, depending on the position that he's gonna have in here. So he is gonna set up some fish trap onto that door area, leaving it open. But it looks like Magician is on his way to actually go for the push, and Lightning here, no. And actually, okay, he's not yet hitting that rabbit though. Okay, was able to still save that.
He's taking his sweet time right now, trying to catch out one of the Jerrys, but so far they have been given ample breathing room here so far. It seems like Mirage right now just looking to set up.
So again, he still goes back into the bedroom area and, really prevent them from actually pushing this further through. So again, I like it how he uses the pipes to, shorten the distance and can really monitor both the cheese in the utility room and into the bedroom area. But I think that the Magician is just mainly focused onto the bedroom area, and the best thing that Team IMP can do here is just to really kite and actually lure Lightning away from that thing, because if he just keeps going through the pipes, it's not going to be very good for them. So they were able to push down the cheese into the bedroom area, but at the exchange, he was able to get Devil Tuffy.
There is about 30 seconds before Devil Tuffy gets booted out here of the map, though. He is booby trapping it, putting in the mouse trap, does have the fish as well. Let's see whether or not they can go for that rescue. They do successfully get him out of the area, but right back into the rocket.
And another save.
Yeah, but he only needs to get one more hit onto Devil Tuffy, and I feel like he can get a second dispatch. Oh, there it is. Can he find it though? No, not quite.
Alright, so again, he is going to transition himself into the utility area. You're trying to secure that cheese as much as possible.
They're trying to play a bit of defense here instead of going aggressive. Instead, trying to delay the 5th wedge of cheese from being pushed through. Maybe looking to get at least one more dispatch done before, letting them maybe push in the last piece of cheese. But yeah, right now he's gonna find Devil Tuffy here.
So they are constantly working on to the utility room, and I hope they do realize that there is another cheese in the patio area that they can also work with there too, and not really commit themselves there, because that could be an advantage for Lightning here. But yeah, going back, Magician here still pushing through with the rabbit onto pushing that final cheese. I can understand the logic behind it, but time is really ticking up on their sleeve, so you might wanna speed it up a notch.
Yeah, they're playing excellent defense right now. Mirage is playing excellent defense right now. He's not letting the Jerrys get that 5th wedge of cheese in here and trigger the escape phase. So far, the Jerrys have just been rotating over and over here. I feel like they've kind of stalled out on what exactly they want to do, as there's 3 minutes left now to push the cheese through the hole.
Okay, so suddenly there was some cheese onto the bedroom area. Not sure if they were able to transport it there, but that is a very good time to utilize that remaining cheese if it were me.
Let's see whether or not they do so. So yeah, maybe they can take some notes from you, but the mice are grouped right now. Look at him. King Jerry's trying to go for that last push on the cheese.
Oh, with the long side Devil Tuffy to boot right here. So he's going to use his shields right here to be immune to any stuns of Lightning. But, Lightning was able to get Magician Jerry here. So, okay, they are able to push this final cheese, but the exchange though is another mouse that is rocketed into that chair. So King Jerry, being the tank that he is, will be going for the successful save.
Yeah, but with that save, 2 minutes left to push the final piece of cheese through. Mirage really working hard here, trying to keep this one close for our third and deciding game. As finally, case now for both teams. How well can Mirage defend here up against the Mice?
Alright, so that was a quick turn of events for the side of Mice right here. The moment they were able to get that track up and going. So right now they are going to focus on actually getting that bubble shield. But, King Jerry was tied, but, was rescued immediately by Devil Tuffy. So going back here, just, really creating themselves through and through. They have to do something about that bubble. And, this is a good opportunity as well because Lightning was incinerated, left him with a low HP. So this just leaves Mix into, focusing onto that crack.
Yeah, right now though, Mirage still slowing the Mice down pretty heavily here. 3 minutes left here. And
Where are the Mice though?
they're way up in the bedroom for some reason. They're really not attacking the crack just yet.
Okay, so this is, I think that they're trying to lure out Lightning here, but I think this may not be a best case scenario since Lightning is in the vicinity, so he can spawn more and more bubble shields to his sleeves, and they really have to do something about this.
Mirage doing a great job here as he does grab Magician. And he's gonna
Okay,
put
but this
him
is a good
farthest.
opportunity for King Jerry to destroy the crack right here. And, maybe Devil Toffee will just go for the save if ever.
I think that might be the play here. Just trying to divide and conquer here for the Mice. Just needs to buy a bit of time because for sure the other mouse will be dispatched here. But oh no, he's coming down to the wire. Just one more hit actually. Oh, the Mice can escape very, very soon here.
Are they gonna escape? Oh, they managed to stun down Lightning right here. And with that, it's going to be the win for the Mice.
Yeah, Mice are able to win there, but very, very close one for them. Let's see whether or not, Front can bounce back for their mouse around there as IMP were able to stick to their winning ways there, and once again, despite two of their Mice being dispatched, still win their mouse round.
So yeah, as you can see, most the one doing really the work was Devil Tuffy here with Seed, and with that pushing of the cheese contribution and really inflicting a lot of damage against Mirage right there. So really have to take that into account. So it just goes to show that Team IMP is really comfortable in picking, let's say, the Devil Tuffy. And of course, with that being said, I think this finally concludes our game. Chisto with IMP securing their spot with the upper brackets.
Yeah, that should mean I think Front should be dropping over to our lower bracket there. IMP doing a great job there, able to pick up the victory, and yeah, just despite that super close game one, where we did end up in a draw, they were able to claw their way back and really bounce back and turn this best of 3 around in their favor.
Yes, so this is gonna be, good job for all of our teams that, participated today. And for those who were not able to secure their spot in the upper bracket, do not fret, guys. You still have a chance to, get your positions up into the lower bracket. But, again, congratulations to those who have won today. And yeah, to those who are, still currently watching, you guys, you can't miss this out. You can be able to download the game, which is available on the App Store and Google Play as well. Go on to the comment sections for the instructions on how to redeem the said codes.
Yeah, and especially for our viewers who have been sticking around for the entire stream, thank you so much for seeing this Tom and Jerry Chase Invitational for Top Clans. And man, I'm super happy that to see the competition that did go down, throughout the day. I feel like a lot of the players bringing out some of the strategies and having them clash up against the other teams was really an interesting sight to witness.
Indeed, and yeah, like what I said, variety of strategies all through and through with our first four matches that we had today. So it just goes to show that this game is pretty complicated than you might think it is.
Yeah, the funny thing is it's just day one and we've already seen so much come out from a lot of these teams, and I feel like as the competition, as the tournament, rolls forward, we might see these strategies, evolve.
Yeah, and with the strategies also at play, maybe more rosters of cats and mice to actually go and work with, because I'm still pretty interested to see the ones who weren't really chosen for this day number one. So maybe onto our day number two, we get to see some action, their strategies, and some pickings all through and through. But right now, I think that would conclude our day today.
Of course, it doesn't even though the day is nearing that end, doesn't mean that the group stage is over. Of course, tomorrow and the day after, October 17 and 18, we'll be having more streams of the game, more competition, more group stage action for everyone to see.
Indeed, definitely. So I mean, the Tom and Jerry series is gonna be onto your weekends. So basically, it's like you're watching the cartoon, but actually playing it, and actually watching people play the actual game. So technically, you're getting two stones in one. You're hitting two birds with one stone.
Yeah, definitely. And just seeing a lot of the what do you call this? The alternate skins as well. I feel like we've seen them dressed that way, especially watching the show as well. I feel like we've seen those stuff before, and it's very interesting. I'm particularly fond of the King of Pop outfit and the dog mask that they give Tom.
Yeah,
Really
basically, I have
entertaining
the
to see.
feeling that you would buy that if ever you would have some in-game credits. But you know what? This is going to be the MVP of our final match today. Chisto, it's going to be IMP along with the average score of 2,917 with throws hit of 12, 9 tied to the Rockets, and dispatched 2 of the mice. So that was the Cowboy Tom that we have seen or witnessed earlier.
Yeah, and with that said, like you mentioned, this will conclude our day, and I think we should be passing it over to our host now. Of course, we have been your casters for today. My name is Chisto. Alongside me is Seiya. Good night, guys, and see you for the rest of the weekend.
You already want us to go already? You want us to go already? That's so sad.
Oh wait, are we? Already
Not yet, because we're still gonna see the matches that are gonna be lined up for tomorrow, man. And this is it. And the day's result. It's okay. I mean, I understand. And of course, this is the results of today's matches here behind. PU Clan, Vane Q, and INP is going to secure their slots into the upper brackets, whilst the losing teams are going to fight their chances once again into the lower brackets. So that concludes our Groups A and Group B. So for the following brackets right here, as mentioned earlier, this is their respective places.
Yeah, we saw Joyful and RMF, unfortunately, earlier today did drop down to the lower bracket. We'll have more chances though to fight through it tomorrow as the games move forward. This is for Group A only, by the way.
A
so
and B, if I'm not mistaken.
This
Yeah,
is Group
both
A. Yep.
Oh yeah. Okay. So without further ado, so this one this time around is going to be for Group B. Vane Q and IMP once again securing their spot in the upper brackets, whilst Tuffy and Front will be battling out onto the lower brackets.
There you go. Of course, VaneQ and IMP on this side of the bracket looking very, very happy. And yeah, we're going to see tomorrow's matches. It's going to be Behind versus PU Clan, followed by Joyful versus RMF. That's some lower bracket action. And for the third match of, I believe tomorrow, it's yet to be decided depending on who will move forward in our lower bracket and who will go home and get eliminated from top clans.
But of course, with that being said, I think that is it finally for us. This is it, Chisto, with us casters right here. Once again, guys, thank you so much for having us here today. We are your commentators for today's match. My name is Siora, and with me is Chisto, and we will be, turning this into the host area, and we will see you all tomorrow.
Thank you, casters. It really has been an interesting day today. Tomorrow's game will only be more intense. Again, don't forget to follow our official Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch TV channels for all Top Clan 2020's news and surprises. Thank you all for watching today. Tomorrow we'll be back with the group stage of Tom and Jerry Chase competition. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in. Goodbye!